Good morning. Good morning. We'll start the Safety Committee meeting. We have one public speaker. Do we know who that is? Because Michael Vesio. Michael?
Good morning. My name is Michael Vesio. I'm a commercial manager for AM General Contractor located in Bologna, Italy. Today, unlike Monday, I am here as a commercial director. As a former New Yorker and a commercial manager, I constantly keep a close eye on happenings regarding the New York City transit systems. During the last safety meeting, I had seen that the New York City Transit has been looking for newer technology. I went through the list of vendors and the technology. It seems to be unproven, new test-type technologies. In Europe, we have standards where we use proven technology. One of the standards that we have in Europe is the EN 45545. It's a fire standard, but it covers 5 models: paper cushion, fire applicable to seating material, electrical faults, electrical cabinet faults, and obviously terrorist threats. AM General Contractor has based our entire system on the EN 45545 with the ability to do much more. With this system, we could also detect people, we can count people, we can keep track of their movement, we could allocate different airflow HVAC systems to streamline operations, to minimize cost, to maximize operations. Yesterday, I went to the stadium to catch a game with my brother. And obviously, I took the 4 up. Crowded, around 2:30. Out of the air conditioning up top, water's leaking down on people. With our technology, infrared technology, thermal technology that's being used right now, it's not a test type, it's not a futuristic technology. We have over 5 million operating hours without any false alarms, without any stoppage of service, any complaints. And we've been able to streamline the Frecciarossa in Italy, the double-decker Rivalto, the Milan Underground, the Meneghino line, and the Leonardo line. Again, I watched on YouTube these safety meetings and all the other meetings. And I know there was a Shark Tank theory last April where we have vendors come in and show their technology. But it's unproven technology. We have technology that we're running in Italy, in London, in Berlin, soon in China, in Shenyang. And I urge you to look into this. I'm leaving tomorrow morning to go back to Bologna. I'd be more than happy to come back. My president has given me full leeway since I'm a former New Yorker. As I said on Monday, I asked just for a simple 20-minute meeting, just to go over some of the things that our system can do, the similarities or the problems that you're having here, that we have in Italy, that we have in Berlin, we have everywhere. But we're able to minimize the disruption of service. Trains are going to be late. They're always going to be late. They're late everywhere. And I know every month people complain about the lateness of the trains. But we can improve on other things. We can streamline. We can minimize money going out. We could save money. And again, this is very true to my heart because I am a former New Yorker. And I said it on Monday, and I'll say it again today. I miss this city very dearly, even though I enjoy living in Italy. But I'll end it here. Thank you very much for your time, and I truly hope you think about what I said today. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further public comments or coming forward. So let me move forward to the agenda. First, the approval of the minutes from the April 26, 2017 meeting. Do I have any comments? Do I have a motion? Seconded? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So on the safety, let me turn it over to David on the Safety Committee work plan.
We have no changes to the work plan, sir.
Okay. Any questions of David on the work plan? There being none, if I could ask a favor for item number, is this a new agenda? I have the older agenda. So we are now doing the report.
We'll just go to,
right. Let's go directly to David for the report of the Chief Safety Officer, David Meyer.
Good morning. Let me say a couple things very quickly, and then we'll move into an item that's been making news over the last several hours. First of all, I did want, I'm sorry, difficulty hearing? How's this? Any better? I just wanted to follow up from the April Safety Committee meeting. At that meeting, we received a briefing from New York City Transit's Mark Beanstalk on track intrusion detection technology, and Ronnie Hakem asked at that meeting if our railroads could receive a briefing from Mr. Beanstalk on the technologies that have been tested in the transit system on track intrusion detection. And I just wanted to follow up and indicate that both the safety officers from our railroads met with New York City Transit, received a thorough briefing on the technologies that had been tested in Phase 1 and are now aware of the Phase 2 activities that are going on. And once Phase 2 is completed, we'll reconvene with New York City Transit to make a determination in final on the applicability of those technologies to our railroads. I also wanted to just say a brief word about obstructive sleep apnea screening. We've talked a whole lot in this committee on that topic, and I wanted to indicate that we are now almost 3 months into our MTA-wide screenings, and we've risk assessed almost 6,000 employees and are continuing to work urgently through our employees to screen them for this condition, and more than 1,300 individuals have now been referred for diagnostic sleep studies. So our program is continuing to lead and is continuing to operate. Finally, I just wanted to mention that yesterday, both Ann Kirsch and I and Justin Vanashek were in Washington, D.C. for the National Transportation Safety Board's board meeting on the Valhalla, New York grade crossing accident that occurred about 2.5 years ago. We were there for the meeting where the agency, the NTSB, made its final determination about probable cause and findings and recommendations. We learned a lot yesterday about its phraseology on its determinations. However, we've always told you that we would not wait for the NTSB to publish its report to move forward on improving grade crossing safety in our region. And over the last 2.5 years, we've done a whole lot to do that. We've centered our activities around the proverbial 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement. We almost immediately after the accident entered into a partnership with Operation Lifesaver. Operation Lifesaver is a long-running and nationally recognized expert on grade crossing safety education, but their programs really hadn't been targeted toward the dense urban commuter railroad environment, and we worked with them to develop an educational campaign that built out on our Bubble People campaign that had been used traditionally more for subway etiquette to develop a region-wide educational campaign on grade crossing safety that has now been supplemented with Metro North's TRACS program that is modeled off the Long Island Railroad's very successful program. Metro North's program in TRACS has now reached almost 90,000 individuals through its training. So we've done a great deal in education. The MTA police and regional police have also done a great deal in terms of enforcement at our crossings, and that also has an educational component. And finally, with respect to engineering at our crossings, we very shortly after the accident engaged the services of a nationally recognized engineering consulting firm that we have been using extensively to assess our crossings, make recommendations, and those recommendations are translating into actions and improvement at our crossings, most notably through a series of infrastructure grants that we were awarded from the Federal Railroad Administration last year to make very specific improvements based on recommendations. So the NTSB's report was adopted by the board yesterday, and we received their findings and recommendations, and certainly welcome their investigation. However, it's just one more step in us moving forward to improve safety at crossings. One of the recommendations we received yesterday, we along with a number of railroads around the country that have third rail power near roadways, is to conduct a risk assessment of that third rail system and to determine if it can be made safer. And we welcome that recommendation and will accomplish that risk assessment. So there's lots more that could be talked about, but maybe I'll just look to see if the committee has any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Pally?
On the third rail issue, having not read the report nor the recommendations other than what I read in the paper so far, I don't know how detailed they went into that issue. But in the report that I saw in the paper, they did indicate that Metro North has a unique configuration, thank you, sir, for the word, of the third rail, which is different than all other commuter railroads. My question number one is that true? Question number two is why? And question number three is, did the NTSB indicate that there are technology solutions, assuming there's a problem, technology aspects that could make it safer, or that we should look to see if there are technology aspects to make it safer? Because those are two different statements.
Exactly, and it's that latter point. The NTSB yesterday did not indicate that Metro North's third rail system was unique in some way. They simply indicated very factually that it does not have any crash attenuating features, energy absorption features, or breakaway features. It's not required to have those features, and they suggested that Metro North, Long Island Railroad, and other railroads around the country that have third rail near roadways conduct a risk assessment to see if the arrangements could be made any safer. But they did not single out any aspect of Metro North's design as unique compared to any other railroads. Did you want to follow up, Justin?
That is correct, and also SEPTA has the underrunning third rail as well. So there's two of us in the country right now.
So, but they did not, as I said, I'm just insinuating from the comments, they did not say that, or let me ask the question this way. I'll ask the question this way. Did they say that there was something that could be done that we did not do? Or did they say you should look to see if there are things that could be done, notwithstanding the fact that they don't exist at the moment?
Exactly that latter characterization. They asked us to look, to assess the risks and see if we can make improvements. With respect to the underrunning or overrunning third rail, one of the investigators was asked during the public meeting yesterday in Washington if the underrunning nature of Metro North's third rail was a factor in the accident, and he indicated that he did not believe it was. So underrunning or not underrunning is not an issue that was of concern for the NTSB investigation. It's simply the proximity of electrified rail near roadways that they asked us to assess the risks of and see if there are opportunities for safety improvement.
Okay.
And I should mention, too, that the NTSB has published the NTSB report is not actually public yet, but they've published a synopsis of their findings, probable cause determination, and recommendations, and we'll email it to board members after the meeting.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zuckerman?
Thank you, sir. This morning in the Journal News, a report was issued that the town supervisor of Mount Pleasant will need to petition the MTA to be able to close Commerce Street. One, is that the case, that they actually need our permission to close Commerce Street's grade crossing? And two, what are we thinking about that?
Our assent to close a crossing is helpful, but the process is that the town would need to petition the Department of Transportation, New York State Department of Transportation, and we've indicated that we would be supportive in closure. If
But our permission is not necessary.
No, I don't think that legally our permission is necessary, but our concurrence with their desire is helpful to them.
Right. It would expedite it at the State Department of Transportation. Yes.
I'd ask we support that if we can, please.
And we do.
We will.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you one of the one of the engineering questions, and, you know, by way of personal introduction, I'm a machinist, and all machinists are frustrated engineers who couldn't do calculus. But where exactly are you in the, I mean, you did say the NTSB is looking at the configuration of the third rail, but where is your engineering consultant with that? Is he also tasked with coming up with a gizmo fix for this particular fairly unique, I mean, you know, yeah, SEPTA's got it too, but it's not. And when it snows and Metro North runs better than Long Island, people took credit for what a great configuration it was. Now you turn around with a one freak accident, and hopefully one freak accident in 100 years, and now it looks like a suspicious safety flaw. So,
And again, you know,
but where's the study at? Is it NTSB or the engineering consultant?
So the NTSB has completed its investigation as of yesterday, and they're not going to do any further, at least I don't expect them to do any further engineering analysis. And much as SEPTA, like Metro North, has the underrunning third rail, the NTSB was very explicit yesterday in suggesting that underrunning third rail was not a safety concern for them in the investigation. It's simply the proximity of non-frangible, non-breakaway third rail in proximity to a roadway. And they asked railroads that have grade crossings and third rail in close proximity to those grade crossings to do their own risk assessments to study the extent to which we can make safety improvements. This recommendation just came out yesterday, and so I haven't had the opportunity to review it with everyone around this table, but we have a number of thoughts about how we can move forward. We're supportive of the recommendation, and we have had some discussions about how we can task appropriate consultants to help us get to the other side of it. We welcome the recommendation, and we think we can work against it.
As a fallback, drill a bunch of quarter-inch holes 10 feet into the...
I think that would be work for a machinist union.
That's a jurisdiction issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Yes.
Pursuant to this whole discussion, is there a standard distance between where the third rail ends prior to a grade crossing and then it resumes on the other side? Is that similar on Long Island and Metro North in our realm?
You know, I think the main determinant in tolerable distances between electrified rail is the power consumption needs and the number of collector shoes on a train set. I don't believe that there are any federal or other standards for that arrangement at crossings.
So it has something to do with the length of the train that's running and how many contact shoes are hitting the third rail?
Right, just to provide sufficient power to the train and just mentioned
in order
to me,
to be able to coast across that when they're not in contact.
correct, and just said that there are not FRA standards.
So the underrunning versus the Long Island's method of collecting electricity by running on the top had nothing to do with the derailment.
That's
basically.
exactly right.
No, nothing to do with the derailment. The commentary was about what happened as a result of the accident and how the third rail exacerbated the situation with others.
Right. The actual accident sequence did not involve a derailment, but what it did involve was an uptake of the third rail into the rail car, and the NTSB determined that contributed to the severity. In other words, the number of injuries and fatalities, and that will be the focus of the risk assessment.
Yes.
I think you realize we're pushing you on this because it's been reported differently than what you've said here. I'm assuming that over the next 30 days or so, you'll come up with a plan on how to proceed with that risk assessment. And I think everybody on the safety committee and certainly everybody in Metro North would appreciate you getting information to us. We don't have a meeting coming up next month, but we'd like to know the resolution to this.
Absolutely, sure,
Thank
we'd be
you.
happy to do that.
Are there any further questions on the Chief Safety Officer's report? Okay. There being none, if we could, we're going to take the safety metrics and make it part of number 7 with your permission. I will now go to the Family Safety and Health Magazine presentation.
We'll go to that. Oh, I saw something change. Okay. So, more than a year ago, we addressed this committee and indicated that we were subscribing all of our employees to Family Safety and Health Magazine, which is a publication that's produced by the National Safety Council. However, it allows multiple customization options to be able to style it and brand it as an MTA endorsed publication. We send it to our employees at their home addresses for a couple of reasons. One is to communicate that from the very top of the organization, we care about their safety, and specifically, it's not a work-related safety publication. It's a home and recreation-based safety publication, and that's because statistically, employees, not just our employees, but employees everywhere, are more likely to get hurt off the job than they are on the job. So we've been sending this magazine on a quarterly basis to our employees, and each issue includes an email address where we solicit feedback from all of our employees on what they think about the magazine. You can advance to the next slide. What they think about the magazine, and we do get feedback from employees, and we have a very, very close relationship with the National Safety Council, and we communicate with them when we receive feedback. And their publications department, we're a fairly large customer of theirs, and their publications department is eager for our feedback and takes it into account when we provide it. We used the magazine very early on to provide a personal safety message from then Chairman and CEO Tom Prendergast when we started it. Very recently, we included comments on the importance of safety that were authored by Interim Executive Director Ronnie Hakem. And kind of what I wanted to communicate to you, I don't know if I'll be able to show it to you, but what I wanted to communicate is that New York City Transit's Paul Florange's had a phenomenal idea a couple of months ago. Increasingly, New York City Transit, other MTA agencies, and employers across the country use back office screens to communicate with employees so that when you're in a break room or lunchroom or other kinds of employee-only facilities, you see messages. They may remind you of the safety rule of the day. They may remind you of rules, procedures, and honestly, just to be informative, they also provide sports information and headlines. I think we do. We have a picture now of what New York City Transit's FYI network looks like. It's a fairly new initiative, and Transit is rolling out this employee screens project to provide information to communicate directly with employees when they're in these back office spaces. And Paul Florange's idea was, could we create some screens that would mirror the content in Family Safety and Health Magazine to sort of provide an opportunity to remind employees what the content is of that seasonal magazine. And so we passed that along to the publications director at the National Safety Council. She was thrilled with the idea, and starting with the current issue of the magazine, as a value add, not just to us, but to all of their customers, they are producing screen-ready content. New York City Transit is also animating that content to make it even more visually appealing, and we thought there's no sound with it, but we thought we would show you a couple of the animations that parallel the magazine content. And theoretically, if you click on play, it will show them. What's going here? I see it. I know. So it's not working. It's not working. Okay. So we may not be able to show you the content, which is unfortunate. But if you saw the magazine, you see content on family road trips during the summer, on a whole variety of topics, and what the Safety Council has done is produced really bulletized but visually appealing messages that we can display to our employees, and Transit has really added value to that by making super snappy animations that I can see here, but I can't show you.
This is a national magazine?
Yes.
So the issue that MTA employees receive, they're looking at national safety issues and issues affecting transit systems throughout the country.
They're looking at issues that affect people off the job. So it's seasonal content in the summertime. The magazine publishes material on preventing heat stress injuries, keeping safe while you're visiting national parks, a whole lot of content that's relevant to just what you and your family may be doing seasonally.
As I'm sure the MTA family is one of the largest, if not the largest, subscriber to this, do they allow you to put in?
When you open the magazine, there will be a message from senior leadership that is specific to the MTA.
Oh, okay.
And what we've been doing traditionally with that is we've been alternating. So each of the safety leads from across the MTA has an opportunity on a rotating basis to author an article. This summer issue, inside that front cover is a message from Eric Osnes of MTA Bridges and Tunnels, quarterly.
Yes, Commissioner.
I've received a copy of this in a package that was sent by somebody, I'm not sure who, but I think you should make a point of seeing that all the board members do get it as well.
And you know, as I'm sitting here, we initially set that up, and I'll check on it to make sure you do get it. Oh, good, wonderful.
We'll make sure, yeah, I'll make sure Darlene gets it to everyone. Okay?
If they're
All
ready,
right.
we can move on.
Let's go to item 7, the safety assurance review.
So in keeping with our work plan and our practices twice a year, normally I say that the safety metrics that we publish in the safety book are repeated from the Monday committee meetings. Twice a year, we do a little bit of a deep dive into them. We're still kind of titrating to figure out exactly what's the right way to do that. But this month, what we thought we would do is kind of move down the table and ask the safety leads from the organizations, the MTA agencies, to kind of report out on their metrics and also maybe tell you a couple of things about what's going on at their agencies with respect to safety. So Metro North is randomly first on the list, so maybe I'll pass it off to Justin.
Okay. Good morning. As discussed at Monday's committee meeting, the employee lost time injury rate is trending upwards. Most of these are attributed to slip, trip, and fall and overexertion. As I mentioned, we are targeting training for our new employees and supervisors as well as situational awareness. About a year ago, we rolled out our new employee safety orientation. This took the training from 30 minutes to about 1 full day, and so far we've trained over 1,000 employees in that. We're also in the process of rolling out supervising for safety for all supervisors and managers. This will be a full day of training to teach employees how to manage safely, observe unsafe work behaviors, and be safety leaders. To help address situational awareness, we have instituted a communication process which allows us to share information with our new employees on safety issues. And we are also in the process of developing a new safety rule book which will be rolled out by year end. And finally, I'd like to provide you an update on C3RS. So far this year, we have received nearly 400 reports, bringing the total since inception to over 1,700. There have been 11 corrective actions implemented and 8 are in development. We have discussed many of these at previous meetings, but I would like to point out that 3 of the corrective actions are regarding situational awareness. So not only are we seeing this on the injury side, but also on the C3RS program. This is a positive sign as all of our safety programs are beginning to align and see consistent trends across the railroad. The 3 corrective actions include an additional training program for our engineers, a peer-to-peer training program, and a situational awareness campaign. This concludes the report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. When is our next C3RS discussion that we're going to have in there to protect confidentiality, so we have a better sense of what are the issues that are being raised?
We could do that in September.
I'd like to make it a more programmatic basis as opposed to me asking for them. Given that we've removed it from the discussion here for purposes of confidentiality, I think our quid pro quo was that we were going to, on a periodic program basis, have a discussion in there. So I just want to make sure that's top of mind for us, given that that is our primary thing coming out of Spite and Dival. That is what we're trying to do to keep awareness on. And with all due respect to labor to ensure that it's protected, we've agreed to do it in private sessions. So again, I'd like to make sure that's programmatic and therefore planned.
I could get with Lori and we could come up with a schedule.
And
Yes.
Well, you know, I could ask this question at any point, really, at anyone, to any one of the agencies, really, but and I was just, because I was only familiar with the Metro North stuff, the customer injury rate per million encounters, I mean, I'll always like to point out how much safer it is to take the railroad than it is to drive, but at the bridges and tunnels, you got, I mean, I was concerned because or interested rather, that the Metro North customer injury rate is like 1 per million miles or something, million customers, and Long Island is 3 per. I mean, and then I was curious as to why the distinction would be, but then, you know, I noticed that also the Long Island is more compatible with what the subway conditions and numbers are. Why is Metro North doing better on that aspect? And then it really comes down to, why are the bridges and tunnels so terrible? Bridges and tunnels is 800% higher than Metro North injury rate.
So speaking for Metro North, our forces work diligently to address all the safety concerns we may have for our customers. We're out there constantly inspecting our stations. Whenever there's an issue, our MW forces correct it immediately. So the hazards for our customers are minimal to a certain extent. So if you go on some other systems, you'll see tactile bowing, holes in the concrete, things of that nature. When you're on our system, you don't see that. We're constantly on top of this. We've also had some positive weather over the past year or so, which has helped with some of the slip, trips, and falls and things that our customers typically see.
And maybe in the interest of time, as we move forward, each of the safety leads can kind of speak to your issue. So next would be Lori from Long Island Railroad, Lori Ebbinghausen.
Good morning. So our safety report that we had reported on Monday is appearing in your safety book on page 10. Our customer injury rate continues to be lower than it had been in the previous 2 periods. We're at 2.99 per million customers. And just to touch on Commissioner Brown's concerns, we found at Long Island Railroad our biggest challenge continues to be Penn Station. As you can imagine, our largest volume of customers go through Penn Station, and there's a cross-section of customers, New York City Transit, Amtrak, New Jersey Transit. In doing our analyses, we determined at Penn Station that, as you can imagine, this spans both customer and employees. The one activity that everybody mostly engages in is walking. And as a result of that activity, our biggest source of injury is slips, trips, and falls. So we have partnered with the other agencies in Penn Station to twice a year. We developed a special safety campaign focused on the different conditions and actions and behaviors, and a large part of it is the behaviors of the folks that are traversing through Penn Station, to do focused outreach to encourage people to travel safely together, and that's kind of the tagline. And there's Bubble People animations, there's helpful tools that customers can use to traverse through the station. So when we look at our system is essentially has the same types of hazards that other systems have, but there are unique challenges that are presented in Penn Station just through the volume and the concentration of folks and the different customers that go through there for a variety of reasons. So we're really targeting our efforts at that location, and we've We've had success there. We have seen a reduction in injuries, but it's a constant challenge to continue to drive those numbers down. But we try to make sure that what we're doing is data-driven and focused, that we're not just taking a shotgun approach. And we'll continue to do that because it really, for us, is the most valuable approach to targeting those issues.
I would agree with what you said 100%. We all know Penn Station. But the question is on most of those slip, trip, and falls, on the platforms, getting to the platforms, going down the stairs, or on the main concourse itself?
The majority of them are on the main concourse themselves. It's just folks, and you've seen the cross, the boards there, and
everybody's
people
going
get there.
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The flow, unfortunately, is somewhat challenging for folks there as well. So that contributes between the luggage and people spilling things. Again, a lot of it is customer behavior. So.
Well, and I think the other aspect of it, and we've had this conversation before, is because of the nature of Penn Station, the train often gets to the platform just a few minutes before the train is supposed to leave. And that, of course, causes anxiety. I'd come up with a better word if I could come up with one, but anxiety will do the job at the moment, which causes people to move in ways they might not otherwise move if they knew the train was there 15 minutes before the train was going to leave, as opposed to sometime the train is there 3 minutes before the train is going to leave. And that causes, for those of us who go through Penn, it causes a variety of activities that are somewhat unusual, especially when you include the number of people, the luggage, the other stuff that goes with it. And it's, unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast, but it's something we need to see. Now, hopefully, obviously, the West End Concourse provides a new opportunity for people, and hopefully they will now spread out a little more. We can only hope. And obviously, some of the other things that are going to happen at Penn. But, no matter what, the ability to get the train to the platform earlier than we do now, and I understand there are engineering constraints from my engineering friend, that would help. Because I think it would extend the time period that people go from where they're standing to to the platform they have to get to. Because we all see it, what happens as soon as the number comes up, everybody runs. And when everybody runs, nobody's looking for anybody else who's also running, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
I understand there are constraints, but that would help in that context.
So the statistics for slips, trips, and falls for your railroad, are they solely in the Long Island part of Penn Station? How do you treat steps that lead from the Long Island part to the Amtrak part, for instance, or to the subway?
We consider those, because if you recall, the reason why we report is so that we can identify conditions that would help us to do things to make the situation better. So we do count if somebody's coming down from the Amtrak level or coming down from the street level. We consider that part of our reporting catchment area. So we make sure that we work with our partners, and as you can imagine, it's a pretty complex choreography that goes on at the terminal to try to get the trains in, and there's goals for getting them in 10 minutes ahead of time, but we do consider that our entire catchment area. You don't count the Amtrak level, we don't count, but anything coming into our system we look at.
To Mitch's point about the mad dash when a train is announced, from the time a train arrives in Penn until it's ready to be set up for departure and announced on the departure boards and at the gate, is there a normal amount of time for the train to be either serviced by a crew or cleaned up or anything, or is it just a matter of how close you are to running on schedule, and that will dictate when you put it up on the board?
Well,
yeah. There's no one simple answer to that. It's a combination of things. You know the throughput that we put in Penn Station is compared to Amtrak and New Jersey Transit. We run a lot more trains through a lot less station tracks than they do. We're only able to achieve that by moving trains off the platform quickly. So our trains come in, unload, move to West Side Yard, typically come out of West Side Yard. It would be nice to get them to the platform quicker, but typically they're waiting for a platform track to open up. They're queued either in the morning getting into Penn Station on line 4, in the evening coming out of West Side Yard waiting for a platform track to open up to move on down to. So it's really just the number of trains we run and the limited space that we have in Penn Station that dictates that.
At certain times of the day, all the trains don't go to West Side Yard. They come to Penn and then they depart back to Long Island.
But we're not having this problem with last-minute things somewhere else. But even when they come in there midday, quite often we have a crew change, okay? And the crew's coming from the crew quarters and somebody's going off and new crew's coming on. They've got to do their equipment checks and that type of stuff on a platform turn. So there's a lot that goes into trying to do that.
Thank
you. Sorry, Jim.
There is a phenomenon I don't understand. At Penn, you have a number of people with the rollerboards that they pull along behind them, either for work or whatever, as they're going through the station. And that may account for people like me who have tripped over the rollerboard and gone flying without an airplane. What I don't understand is that doesn't seem to be the same problem at Metro North, at Grand Central. Somebody might take a look at that and see if there's an explanation. I don't know of any. The numbers at Metro North seem to be much less in terms of customer injuries coming out of Grand Central.
So the facility configuration is much different at Penn Station than it is at Grand Central. Grand Central is a much more open environment, whereas Penn Station has much more narrow corridors. So again, we're trying to have a throughput of people in a much more constrained environment. So that contributes to some of the challenges navigating through Penn Station.
And speaking of a constrained environment, I know we're running tight on time. With the committee's approval, we could move to Carl Hammond from New York City Transit.
Good morning. The subway customer accidents increased when comparing both a monthly and annual basis, primarily due to slip, trip, fall incidents. Subway fires increased when comparing a 12-month period, but decreased when comparing a monthly basis. 99.5% of fires reported for the 12-month period were of low or average severity. One of the programs in place to address the fires is the use of 2 portable vacuums that have been piloted since the end of December 2016. The units are used to assist in the cleaning of the right-of-way in station areas. Cleaning the tracks in the station areas helps prevent debris from getting pulled into the tunnels, thus reducing track fires. Use of the piloted units have proven to be successful. Through the end of May 2017, there has been a significant reduction in debris fires where the portable vacuums have been used when compared to the same period 1 year ago. In light of our initial success with the portable vacuum units, a contract to purchase 10 additional units has been approved and deliveries are expected to begin in late October this year. When analyzing bus performance on a monthly basis, all lagging indicators, bus collisions, collision injuries, and customer accidents, were down. Bus Operations has instituted several initiatives to address accidents and injuries, including the implementation of an aggressive communication strategy targeted to bus operators, covering the challenges that they face as they go from season to season, particularly when dealing with winter weather conditions and seasonal tourism challenges. Additionally, Bus Operations has enhanced the performance monitoring program to include leading safety indicators. Bus operations is also focusing on training and in-service undercover rides and programs. Employee lost time accidents decrease on both a monthly and 12-month period. There are two programs I'd like to highlight today. The first are short instructional safety videos that are being produced featuring employees showing proper work techniques in some of our higher accident trend areas. These are being shown in video screens in employee facilities as shown earlier today by David Mayer. The second are the quarterly President Safety Performance meetings that are being held with subway and bus divisions that have demonstrated good employee accident performance along with divisions that require assistance. The meetings allow for good performers to share their proven techniques used to reduce employee accidents with poor performing areas. That completes our report. Thank you.
Commissioner Albert.
Is special attention paid to repeat offender locations for trash?
I believe so, yes. There's a study that's done. It's done every 4 months, and the priority is given based on what they found in a previous period.
For an example, the express tracks at 34th Street and 6th Avenue for the B and the D trains are unbelievably choked with litter. Maybe it's because 34th Street's a major shopping area and there's a lot of people there, but the debris there is unreal. And every time I go there, I notice it again and again. So, you know, we don't want it to blow down south into the tunnels and everything, so.
Okay, we'll take a look at that and make sure that that's on, see where that is.
Commissioner Merdler.
Mr. Chairman, I want to congratulate you for refocusing on the problem of people eating in the subways and dining on the subways rather than having just a bar of candy or the like. I looked back the other day and I saw that in 2011 that issue was specifically raised and that the then chairman, your predecessor, then thought it was not a good idea and the subways were a good place for dining. All I would ask is that you take a good hard second look, as the chairman has said. This is a significant cause of accumulation of debris. I understand that people have time constraints, but pigs are pigs, and they don't belong in the subway.
So we'll move to bridges and tunnels in a second, but welcome back. Thank you. As you know, yesterday I did not report at all about anything regarding food. When I was asked a question about food, I said it's something that we as a board need to debate and come up with a rational proposal, because there wasn't a desire one way or the other. Like my predecessor, Jay Walder, I also in 2011, when testifying before the Senate, was opposed to the bill that the state Senate had that would outright ban all foods on the subway system. So we as a board need to engage on this issue to determine what the right policy should be. Thank you. Bridges and tunnels?
This past Monday, during a committee meeting, we reported on collision trends increasing month by month, coupled with collision with injury rates remaining low in relation to this upward trend. TBTA recognizes that reversing the collision rates, despite our best efforts to analyze and implement corrective action, requires additional evaluation. As a result, we have partnered with Texas A&M Transportation Institute to determine if observed trends are consistent with national trends and to assist us with identifying potential countermeasures that may hasten this trend reversal. The TTI partnership will explore the following: evaluation of collision history data and collision rates, analyze TBTA data with respect to regional and national trends, determine whether TBTA collision increases are correlated to increases in traffic volumes, determine if recent collisions are associated with toll activities that may be eliminated upon conversion to ORT, identify, evaluate, and provide recommendation on potential short and long-term safety countermeasures. Study will be divided into 2 phases. Phase A will address current conditions, and Phase B will be a post-ORT evaluation. Phase A to be completed by January 2018, with an estimated completion date for Phase B of June of 2019. I'd like to address Mr. Brown's comment related to customer injuries. Our customers drive, Mr. Brown, and our injury with collision rate is low in relation to our number of collisions. Right now, we're at 1 collision with injury per million crossings. You may have been looking at our employee injury rate in relation to the number that you specified. I just wanted to clarify that. And if there are any, if you'd like an explanation on what's happening with our employee injury rate, we can, in the interest of time, we can talk offline. That ends my report.
I'm always not only willing but anxious to be corrected. However, what I look at here says customer collision rates per bridge and tunnel customers for the year 8.16. That's what I was looking at. And you know, I'll be glad to be wrong, and I was comparing them to the yearly numbers on the railroads. I thought what you were saying, and which is, you know, also apparent from the statistic, is not every collision results in an injury. However, it's still a very concerning statistic that you're having that many collisions. And,
No,
oh, go ahead. You know, like I said,
no,
I'm just misreading the number.
just the total number of collisions, the rate is 8.16.
Right.
And the collision, those collisions that result in injury is 1.06. So when you were talking about customer injury, I just wanted to clarify that our customer with injury is low in relation to the total number of collisions, which is indicative of severity. That was my point.
Commissioner Myrtle?
Mr. Chairman, I think I speak on this issue on behalf of, or with the views of most, if not all, of the members of Bridges and Tunnels. Neil Zuckerman has been tracking for a period of many months the number of increases in collisions and showing that this is a situation which cannot continue. It is not sustainable. The public is being clearly adversely affected by it. He has also tracked the fact that there are two, and Al Rivera has carefully pointed out, there are two major causes: following too closely and changing lanes in the middle of the bridge or in the middle of the tunnel. Those two causes are obvious. They are obvious to anybody using a bridge or a tunnel. And yet, the statistics show that the number of summonses issued for either and both of those violations has reduced. I believe the number was 40 for all of last year, 43, 44 for a whole year. This cannot continue. And while I compliment you on having the cooperative effort with Texas A&M, I think there are 3 or 4 things that can be done immediately. One, as we pointed out at the committee meeting on Monday, signs prominently displayed at the beginning of every bridge and tunnel saying if you cross lanes during the transportation, and maybe making it a double line, if you cross lanes, you face a ticket with a fine of X. If you follow too closely, you will face a fine of X dollars. That is exactly the program that was initiated in Scotland last year with tremendously positive results. There are other like programs, but Mr. Chairman, this has been an escalation over a period of many, many months, and it's really something that we need to focus on.
I will work with Bridges and Tunnels on having signage, which I agree, and also changing of lanes. can't be uniform, but from my own experience, the problems coming from Long Island on the RFK Bridge, determining if you want to go to Manhattan or you want to go to the Bronx. That gets to be a lot there, but we need to do a better job of signage entering which is the best way to get on either the bridge or the tunnels. I agree, and we'll work with the bridges and tunnels and their leadership with their enforcement offices as well.
And if I could just mention, I'm really excited about this partnership with Texas A&M Transportation Institute. This is an internationally recognized transportation highway safety authority. It's going to give us the opportunity to really review best practices across all dimensions with respect to traffic flow on our bridges and tunnels. And it's also, we've been having a behind-the-scenes conversation about whether or not we are reporting the right metrics to you on collisions and injury rates, and it'll give us a real opportunity to assess that. So we are running very tight on time, but I don't want to disallow Peter Kohner from Capital Construction.
Good morning. I'll be brief. MTA Capital Construction adapted lagging to leading indicator strategy in 2014 that has yielded some very good results for us. We publish a safety statistics book on an annual basis. 2016 will be available by end of August. And what we're showing is that there is a steady decrease in accidents and incidents on our sites due to a vigilance by our safety teams, both contractor and construction management in partnership with OSIP. We break out our strategy into compliance, that is training, employee onboarding, daily operations brief, means of egress and entry, fire life safety inspection, communication equipment, testing, independent job hazard team, safe work plan evaluation, toolbox talks, monthly safety stand-downs, etc. We also do performance evaluation strategy that yields from daily inspection, monthly performance, contract evaluations, monthly safety meetings, quarterly contract reviews that are aggregate of 3 months, and finally ACE evaluation. That is all for my report. The book will be available in August for everybody to see.
Questions from any of the commissioners?
I see the best way to reduce construction injuries
is to finish the project.
Absolutely.
Which is why Second Avenue Subway has 0 at the moment, because they finished the project. I always knew there was a secret to the report.
But it then flips over to the transit authority.
Right.
At that point.
It just moves down the road.
Right.
Although I would like to comment that if you look at our performance, even during active contracts, we are well below the BLS rates, votes for recordable, and lost time.
But that's how to get to 0.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other issues to come before the committee? Yes, Commissioner Zuckerman.
Mr. Chair, thanks for the indulgence. I know we're short on time, but as your first safety committee meeting in this tenure, I want to raise a topic I have raised many times. When I was a young kid, I used to love listening to Billy Joel. I played the same Songs of the Attic album over and over and over again. And eventually this record broke. And so like a broken record, I'm going to raise the same issue I've raised many times. And I ask you to help me get some attention to it, which is the following. I joined this board shortly after Spite and Dival, which is on December 2013. Before that, we were not talking about sleep apnea. And yet afterwards, we, like an incredible military operation, focused deeply on it, testing everyone, fixing that attention, and making real progress. Before Valhalla, 2.25 years ago, February of 2015, if I remember correctly, 2.5 years ago, we were not talking about grade crossings the way we are now. Operation Lifesaver was put in place. We had an incredible campaign to educate the public on. I am desperate to understand what are the 2 or 3 accident types that we are not talking about now, but should be. This is a board, this is a committee that should have a forward-looking focus, not a reactive focus. I ask you and I ask Mr. Mayor to have this as a focus and a conversation, whether it needs to be had in public setting or privately. I take this very seriously. I've made this comment over and over again, and it needs to be addressed. Being reactive is not acceptable, in my opinion. And I don't mean that to be angry, but I'm getting frustrated, and I think the riding public deserves our attention on being a little more creative in terms of what could be the case.
Right. Neil, I agree with you. In my other life, I deal with safety issues all the time in the workplace and how important it is, and I'm proud of the fact that where I work has been claimed to be the number one safest hospital in the country. That said, we work very, very hard at that, trying to figure out not just what we're doing right, but what we have to do differently to maintain that level. I will work with the chief safety officer on these types of what ifs, as well as with the various different components of the MTA, because I do know it's important. We will try to think of everything that can possibly happen, but as you well know, we won't we won't always hit everything. But I do think it's important to think about it to preempt problems from happening. Right. And thank you. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Seconded. All in favor. Thank you. See you in 25 minutes.
If it's like this.
Let's call the meeting to order. We have a lot of public speakers today. I believe 61 people have signed up, so we are going to be very strict on our enforcement of 2 minutes per speaker. Yeah. Where are my notes? There we go. Okay. All right.
Can I begin?
Let's goof. Yes,
Okay.
Steve, let's.
Okay.
First speaker, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder for those of you who haven't been here before, according to our procedures, public speakers are allowed up to 2 minutes for their comments. As that 2 minutes begins to wind down, you will see some lights and hear some noises that indicate that you should wrap up. If you don't, I'll remind you that you must. And as I said, because we have, as the chairman said, because we have so many speakers and because we want to treat each and every one of them fairly, we ask that you make every effort to keep your comments within that time frame. The first speaker is Tony Utano. He'll be followed by Vanessa Jones. Mr. Utano. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Loda, Executive Director Hakeem, and board members. My name's Tony Utano, TW Local 100, Vice President, Maintenance Away Division. Chairman Loda yesterday detailed a comprehensive plan to restore dependability to the subway and provide riders with service they deserve. It's a solid plan, and the men and women of TWU are 100% on board. To end this crisis, we must inspect subway signals and subway cars more frequently. We must respond to equipment failures on the track much faster. We must replace train parts and components on a more aggressive schedule so they don't break down in service. That's what the MTA action plan would deliver. But this is a dead-end track without necessary funding. Without financial support from state and city, riders will be forced to suffer through more delays, more breakdowns, and more misery. Governor Cuomo has promised to provide half the money needed to get this job done. Mayor de Blasio should provide the other half. He can't throw his hands up in the air and walk away. He can't throw his hands and say it's not his problem. He has to step up to the plate and do what is right for the riders. No more political games. No more avoiding responsibility. What's fair is fair. On a closing note, if the mayor doesn't want to pay his fair share, the city board members should just walk away and resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utano. Vanessa Jones. Vanessa Jones will be followed by Neil Weissman.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Vanessa Jones, and I'm a station agent for 28 years. I started out as a railroad clerk, you all know. I was hired by the Transit Authority, and I love my job very much. I'm an executive board member, and also a safety officer for TW Local 100. I am here today to speak on behalf of my union brothers and sisters, the rank and file workers who bring their best every day, 24/7, 365 a year. We provide New Yorkers the most important service in this city. That's to move around in this city. Okay, the ability to move freely at any time, day or night. This has been a tough year, a tough summer for transit riders, but also for transit workers. The members of this board hear about issues, derailments, delays through emails, messages, but they don't face it every day like we do. Okay? It's different for me and my brothers and sisters. We are facing it every day. We have the frustration from the riders. We have the assaults from the riders. And the physical and verbal abuse is very overwhelming, and it happens every day. Okay, we are targets, you know, especially with that uniform on. Okay, transit workers do their best, in fact, more than their best, to keep the system running calmly, safely. We help out with derailments, the personnel, professional.
Can you wrap up, please?
Oh, yes, I can. Okay. Transit workers are thrilled that management has adopted many proposals, you know, that our President John Samuelson has put before you. We are most encouraged that Governor Cuomo has pledged to pay half of the funding needed to bring relief to the New Yorkers who depend on the system every day. We're asking the members of this board, especially those who were appointed by Mayor de Blasio, to do his part.
We have to move along, Ms. Jones.
50-50
Please wrap
split
up.
is fair. The mayor has the money. This city has a $4 billion surplus, but 10% of that surplus into addressing the current problems plaguing our system is not too much to ask for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Neil Weissman. Mr. Weissman will be followed by Yesenia Torres. Good morning, Mr.
Hello to
Weissman.
board members. Good morning. My name is Neil Weissman. The organization is Complete George, a coalition of 170 organizations, businesses, and communities calling for wider paths on the George Washington Bridge. Today, I call upon the MTA to emulate best practices from cities around the world who have expanded cycling infrastructure to reduce overcrowding on roads and mass transit, extended catchment to underserved communities, created reserve capacity to offset system outages while conserving scarce transport funds. You have copies of extended remarks. After spending $1 billion on its bike grid, $1 billion in its bike grid, London expects that half the trips into its business district will be by bike by 2019. In Tokyo, where 90% of all commutes are by mass transit, 1/3 also bike the first and last mile. Los Angeles just voted $400 million to extend bikeways across its transit deserts, and Portland estimates its bike grid saves the city $800 million per year. As detailed in the Port Authority's Trans-Hudson Commuting Capacity Study, cycle commuting meets all the criteria for a successful strategy to reduce trips to its Midtown terminal. It's operationally and politically feasible, competitive on cost and travel time, and will have an immediate and durable impact. And not just on the GWB, the new Goethals will afford locals a 75-minute commute to Wall Street via Staten Island Ferry, the Bayonne an hour. Opportunities for the MTA include increased bike parking and bike share transit hubs, and critically, to create capacity on its bridges, all of which should be arterials for interborough bike travel. And this summer is not the time you want to step up ticketing of bike commuters on the Triborough. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Yesenia Torres. Ms. Torres has agreed to speak on behalf of many of her friends and colleagues in the room, so she may take a bit more than 2 minutes, and we understand that. Good morning.
Test.
Good morning. My name is Yesenia Torres. Can you bring it down a little? Because it's in my face. I'm here on behalf of the ARG Coalition, Excessive Ride Reform Group, and with the United Spinal and Strap Hangers. We are presenting today a letter that we made, the coalition made for the Governor Cuomo, and it states, July 26, Dear Governor Cuomo, early this year you intervened and kept the base subway and bus fare at $2.75. After many of our group wrote to you to tell you how the increase in this fare would harm excessive riders who would already put up with the abysmal service, that was the right move. And we made sure to applaud your decision and testimony before the MTA board and elsewhere. Now we're writing to ask you that immediate action to improve and reform excessive ride by declaring an excessive ride state of emergency, as you've done with other MTA services. While deteriorating service at Penn Station and on the subways are relatively recent problems, the excessive ride crisis has been a permanent fixture for the nearly 150,000 New Yorkers with disabilities who use the service and who take nearly 9 million excessive rides annually. As you know, excessive ride often is the only way New Yorkers with disabilities can get to their jobs, to school, to medical appointments, to the movies or other entertainment, and to visit friends and families. It is as crucial a mass transit link as any other MTA service. And for many New Yorkers with disabilities, it is the only MTA service. But excessive ride is failing and has been for decades. As the Daily News editorialized recently in calling for major improvements in the system, I quote, the MTA's network of paratransit vehicles delivers 20,000 rides a day for New Yorkers with disabilities for the staggering cost of $500 million a year, on average of 68 per ride. Passengers get a quality of service that won't be acceptable in the third world. Over the past several months, excessive ride users have testified before the MTA board about a parade of horror that experiences regularly everything from 4 hours plus rides for distance that would take 60 minutes, from borough to borough rides to get to meetings or doctor's offices, to being abandoned by excessive ride a mile away from LaGuardia Airport on their way to a funeral for a longtime friend. There are thousands of similar stories. The reports from the front lines are backed by the limited MTA data that exists on excessive ride performance. For example, even with a half-hour grace period for one-time pickup, excessive riders, dedicated carriers, still are more than 90 minutes late once out of every 10 trips. In 2015, pickups by broker car services were more than 15 minutes late, 60% of the time. In 2016, pickups were late nearly 1/3 of the time. New York Transit does not even measure over vital performance indicators, including most actual trip times. Excessive ride woefully sub-performance is a major factor in the 29% employment rate among people with disabilities in New York City at all, but eliminates the ability to take jobs that require travel and more than test any employer with frequently and extensive employee lateness. And it adds to costs for medical providers whose schedules are thrown into disarray with excessive ride leaves people stranded or late. Along with the horrendous service, excessive riders are the only New York massive transit riders who must call a day in advance to reserve a seat, making last-minute trips to work or pleasure impossible. No one should have to put up with this. Fortunately, there are solutions, but they will have to take leadership and attention from you and at the MTA to make them happen. A promising sign is that both MTA board, reacting to powerful testimony from excessive ride users and excessive ride managers, are starting to think about how to improve the system. The board expects to vote this month on several long overdue improvements in vehicle tracking and scheduling technology, as well as a pilot for an on-demand service using wheelchair accessible yellow taxis. But these improvements will take years to implement. What's also needed, therefore, is the will and the ability to make on-demand service a priority, to improve data collection, to actually access service quality, to streamline and make application procedures fairer, and to change complaints procedures to the MTA. Isn't a judge or a jury, and to continue to top quality manage to place as current AAR leadership retires. Most important, however, is the permanent change in the MTA's view of accessory ride as a service. They wish they didn't have to operate, even though it's a federal mandate. The payoff would be extraordinary. In innovative initiatives by the MTA for accessory ride could actually save money as well as save hours of travel time every day. The accessory riders users are greatly improving their life quality. On the 27th anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disability Act, we urge you to declare an accessory right state of emergency to achieve these important changes, and promise to work with you and the MTA to help make reforms reality. Now, we want you to know that we're serious. We're going to stay here. We've been here 3 months, and it's consecutive coming with our supporters, with all our groups, and we're going to make it out here every month until you guys really make these changes and pay attention to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Torres. Yep. Next, Tony Murphy, to be followed by Arthur Piccolo. Tony Murphy.
Good morning. I'm facing the bank-owned MTA, but I'm a little more concerned about what my sisters and brothers over here think. We've got transit workers, we have wheelchair users and riders with specific needs, transportation needs. We have students, and I would like to know from this body what you thought of the new MTA head's proposals yesterday for fixing public transportation. So we've heard from the riders. In this address yesterday, I heard it really took the summer of hell for someone to get on TV and talk about doing things that should have been done decades ago. But what we heard instead were proposals like getting rid of seats and issuing summons for litter. We don't need more cops on the subway. We don't need summons being issued. The NYPD's record in the subway is already one of racist harassment. Who do you think is going to get those summons? Those summons are it's going to be more harassment of black and brown people in the subway. We need public transportation. We don't need criminalization of the riders. But what we get is not public transportation, because this board only runs public transportation for the benefit of the banks and Wall Street at the expense of the riders. We hear in the media arguments about $450 million from this supposed to come from the city and $350 million. That's a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of billions of dollars that the MTA owes the banks and Wall Street in debt service. The banks are looting public transportation.
Could you wrap up, please, sir?
I'm sorry?
Could you wrap up, please?
So when we are faced with this situation, we should ask ourselves, does this board have any legitimacy to run the public transportation? I just have to bring up before I get off, I was here in May when there were a whole row of wheelchairs here, and many riders with disabilities were here to speak. About 30 were lined up for public comments, And after about 12, this board stood up and walked out. It was the most outrageous thing I've ever seen, and underscores on that day, if anybody had any doubts about whether this board has any legitimacy to run the MTA, that day was a very good example that this is the people who should be running the MTA. We don't need this board that only serves the bankers and Wall Street.
We have 55 more speakers, Mr. Murphy.
Including public transportation. We need a people's MTA made up of transit workers, riders, people with disabilities, students, and the riding public in general. We need a people's MTA to take over the subway and run it for the interests of the people and not Wall Street. The subway belongs to the people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Piccolo, to be followed by Diane Sear.
This is
Piccolo,
the
good
two-minute
morning.
version of the statement which I left for the members. On June 29, 2017, I ignored the logic of experience and along with a few thousand other individuals attended the so-called MTA Genius Transit Challenge Conference, believing it would be the event advertised. Instead, we watched the individual most responsible for the problems in the New York City transit system, Governor Andrew Cuomo, who has not bothered to correct these systemic problems, some of them going back 100 years, the almost 7 years he has been governor, walk on stage to an extended standing ovation from all the MTA staff there, a variety of politicians and contractors who make their money from the MTA, who filled most of the seats. It was bizarre, except that it really happened. It was not a conference at all. It was just a self-serving, one-sided presentation by the very same MTA bigwigs who have allowed these problems to persist while they did nothing to fix them, having the audacity to stand on stage one after another and tell us what a great job they are now going to do. What is far more broken than the New York City transit system is the lack of any real or visionary leadership at the MTA. The entire so-called MTA leadership needs to be swept clean, and this convoluted, bureaucratic organization that supposedly manages together a group of very different transit systems serving different parts of New York State needs to be disbanded, replaced by a logical group of independently organized and managed authorities subject to the elected officials, where each system is centered and who also coordinate with the activities of other agencies in sensible ways. In a normal world, it would be ironic that Mayor de Blasio wants control of every other function in New York City under government control, except he has not once called for returning city control of our transit system, because he and likewise members of the City Council do not want to run for re-election based on the quality of New
Can you
York
wrap
City's
up, please, Mr.
public
Piccolo?
transit system. They must be held accountable, and there is only one way: return control of New York City's transit system back to New York City.
Thank you, Mr. Piccolo. Diane Sear, to be followed by Gloria Lorden-Goodson, and then Omar Vera. Good morning.
Morning. I'm Diane Sayre, and I am with the LaRouche Political Action Committee. We are very near a disaster, which will cost not only millions of dollars, but potentially human lives. Everyone who's... Can you hear me now? Oh, I don't know why it's quiet. Okay, thank you. We are near a disaster which will cost not only millions of dollars, but potentially human lives. Everyone who's ridden on the system sees that that potential is there. And as the previous speaker said, the problem is Wall Street, which has turned the MTA into a debt farm, charging usurious interest rates, which necessitates more and more borrowing. Public infrastructure does not need to generate a profit at the point of use. The point of public infrastructure is that it raises the level of productivity of the entire workforce, and therefore should be paid for by public funds and taxes. I am certain that Wall Street is not paying its fair share. Everyone in this room should start by demanding that Glass-Steagall be reinstated immediately, and that the President of the United States return to Hamilton's program of a national bank, public credit, which means 1% to 2% interest. Also, the China Investment Corporation just relocated from Toronto to Manhattan. They already said they want to invest $50 billion in American infrastructure. China built 22,000 kilometers of high-speed rail in 10 years, the same amount of time that we built the Second Avenue subway. With their help and American union workers, we could completely modernize the entire metropolitan transportation grid in a much shorter time than imagined by anyone in this room today.
Could you wrap up, please, Ms. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have to stop allowing Wall Street usury to dictate infrastructure policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gloria Lorden-Goodson, to be followed by Omar Vera, and then Steve Millis. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I am a senior citizen. I'm also a consumer of Accessorize. We've heard from the young lady how Accessorize is always late. That's the truth. That's the God's honest truth. But I'm here to talk to you this morning about an incident that happened to me yesterday. I got a call. I'm also a volunteer at the Center for the Independence of Persons with Disabilities. And as a volunteer, I called to get my regular subscribed pickup, which was 2 p.m. Of course, they called me to tell me that I would have a yellow cab or a green cab to pick me up. Fine with me. Fine. First, the cab was an hour and 10 minutes late. When it got there, and this happened yesterday, when it got there, he put my walker in the car. I gets in the car, and then he tells me I have to pay him. Pay you? I'm accessory. I'll give you the $275. No, you got to pay me money. And then he tells me to get out of the car. All right? Now, the thing is, what I'm here to say is we need better control or better watchmen over these companies that you hire to take us around. Okay? This man wanted me to pay him extra money, then he's going to turn around and get extra money from you. Okay? This is a driver that you pay money for. All right? These are drivers and companies. And I can name a few of the companies that you hire or that you have contract with that are no good, that are late all the time. Okay? Late all the time. When I called and asked if I could get my own, to decide what car company I want to take me, they told me no. That was somebody else that decided, and I had to accept it.
I'm sorry, but can you wrap up, Ms. Goodson?
Very good. I can wrap up right now.
Thank you.
Stating that the MTA should be more inspecting on the companies that they hire as broker services to carry the persons with disabilities around. They should be watchful, not just give them a freelance on what they do and how they do it. I appreciate talking to you this morning, and I hope that something can be done about these broker services that you pay our money for, that we are late for, and now that we have cab drivers that are very disrespectful. And he called the cops on me.
Thank you, Ms. Goodson.
He called the cops on me. Okay? A driver called the cops on me because I wouldn't pay extra money that he's already getting paid for. The cops came. We got it all straightened out. But this is the first time a driver has called a cop on me. That's not acceptable. Not acceptable at all.
Thank you, Ms. Goodson. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Omar Vera, and then Steve Millis, and then Amy Ball. Good morning.
Just going to turn the camera this way. Okay. Thank you for having me here. I have returned after a nearly half-year hiatus. Thank you, Jason. Working in micro kitchens at Google NYC. Now, before I get to the business, let me just tell you, the entire team, not just the food team, but the entire team, all the companies working at the Google building have been phenomenal, and especially the food team, which everybody treats each other like family. Now, I especially want to praise these three individuals here for making my journey especially enjoyable. My main manager, I left just 2 weeks ago. I finished the job there. But the main manager, Ivana Zoric, her assistant, Mabel Salcedo, and finally a cafe manager, Hannah Mensch. I'm not sure of pronunciation. But anyway, these three ladies, they have been so amazing. And let me just tell you this. They treat their employees, they treat everybody in the team like family and friends. And as a result, everybody there is optimistic at Google. Which brings me to my next point. Which brings me to my next point. The MTA needs to maintain a better relationship with its employees, its unions, and with the customers that serves. These delayed transit train stuff is very counterproductive. And Andrew here knows that. And of course, Chairman Loda, welcome back to the MTA. After 5 years, you're back. I supported you for mayor over the incompetent Warren Wilhelm Jr. I refuse to call him Bill de Blasio. His name is Warren Wilhelm Jr., and this guy has been a disaster for the past 4 years as mayor.
Could you wrap up, please, Mr. Rivera?
Okay. My point is, the people here have a message. Improve the trains, improve buses, improve all transit, and of course, maintain a great relationship with everybody here. That's the way we can move forward. Thank you, and have a great August recess.
Thank you. Steve Millies, then Amy Ball, and then Idanis Rodriguez.
As a retired Amtrak worker and speaking for the Workers' Defense Committee, I want to salute the over 36,000 members of Transport Workers Union Local 100 that keep New York City moving, that move over 8 million people a day. And they're the first ones to face the dangers and the dirt. And what do they get in return? Being told by billionaire Bloomberg that there were thugs. There isn't a single worker who's a thug. Who the thugs are the real estate developers, starting with Pig Trump. Now, we need money. We need to declare an emergency in the subways. And it's amazing that LaHoda's plan, LaHoda, who was a stooge for Giuliani, doesn't even address accessibility for disabled people. This has the lowest percentage of any subway system in the United States for elevators. That's a crime against every working person, every disabled person. We need to get money where it is. The nearly $1 trillion of real estate in Manhattan would be worthless without a subway system. Every one of these billionaire landlords, starting with Trump, should be turned upside down, and the money should be taken from them. Michael Quill once said that the subway should be free. The fare has increased 55 times since 1948. That's a crime. We know what public transport can be. Look at Moscow. Look at the subways they're building in China. What we need is a struggle of all working people. Raise wages to $15, lower the fare, make it free for the unemployed and youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Millies. Amy Ball, to be followed by Council Member Idanis Rodriguez. Ms. Ball, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Amy Lee Ball, a journalist and a Manhattan resident. I speak against the ventilation plant final environmental impact statement, action item 4I on your agenda, because it is a piecemeal approach that basically fails to improve passenger safety. Thank you. MTA's approach is to provide about one new ventilation plant every year. As there are 252 unventilated subway tunnel sections, what genius put forth this plan? Why are passengers who ride unventilated subway sections left at risk? Imagine a building of 252 apartments. What smart landlord says, I'm installing apartment smoke detectors at the rate of one apartment each year? Who wants to live in an apartment without the detector? It will cost MTA $1 billion and take 20 years to ventilate 20% of the subway sections. For a fraction of that cost, MTA could build more entrances for first responders and more emergency exits. That way you make passengers in all 252 tunnel sections safer much quicker and with no community impacts during construction. For a fraction of that cost, MTA could improve efforts to keep tracks and trains free of trash, which would have prevented the recent fire. Who on this board doesn't understand that it is infinitely preferable to prevent an emergency rather than react to an emergency? If MTA thought logically and paid attention to updated statistics, it would recognize that derailments are up, but fires are down. Every day, our mayor, our governor, and Mr. Lota fight over who's in charge and who can be entrusted to spend our taxpayer dollars wisely, as we saw in yesterday's press conference. It's outrageous. In summary, do not approve item 4I. Save money, make everyone safer in a few years with simple, practical, economical solutions. And please pay attention to the statements that you have received in support of this from our state senators, Kruger and Avila. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ball. Councilmember Rodriguez, to be followed by John Putnam and then John Steffen. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and welcome to our new chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and welcome to our new chair, Your Lord. I want to thank you for your dedication to this agency and for agreeing to return at a time when our subway system needs all the attention as it can get. From derailment to crippling delays to power outage to track fires, New Yorkers have been through a lot of these past few months. As someone who rides the subway almost every day, I have seen and lived for some of these experiences. I know how ready our riders are for relief. The plan you put out yesterday is a strong first step. I want to thank you for the hard work you have done over the past month to access the immediate needs for our system in a sober way and to compile the plan we heard yesterday. I'm hopeful that in the coming months, these measures will allow trains to run smoothly with drastically fewer delays and clear communication with riders about what they should expect in real time. However, we know that without a long-term vision, something that we still eagerly await, any short-term fixes will be short-lived. We must think big and we must be creative about how our system will not only survive but thrive through the next 30 years, because we are doomed if it does not. This city, this region, and our entire country relies heavily on the MTA, of which our subway system is the backbone. It is one of the biggest reasons people move to our city, and it stimulates our economy like nothing else. If it goes down, we as a city go down. I want to finalize saying that I hope that not only we work together to get the revenue, but also we need to be creative. We need to go back and analyze the commuter tax that I believe with that money, members residents of Long Island, Westchester, and Yonkers, they can benefit as also the resident of New York City. I also believe that we also need to capture the values as within the Second Avenue, and we have done it in other projects. It is time to bring together the real estate, the academic, the leaders of the MTA boards, and the whole city and the state to decide which is the transportation system that we would like to build for the next centuries. Estamos aquí porque es importante tener un liderazgo en la Junta de MTA. Creemos que Lora puede proveer ese liderazgo, pero tenemos que ser más creativos, no solamente en buscar solución inmediata, sino también buscar solución a largo plazo. Tenemos que analizar si se trae de nuevo el commuter tax y con ese dinero utilizarlo para the Metro North, que beneficia a los residentes de Long Island, de Westchester, de Yonkers, Connecticut, y también a los residentes de la ciudad de Nueva York. Pero también nosotros tenemos que mirar el Plan Move New York. We also have to pay real attention if we can bring back the Plan Move New York so that we can provide $1 billion every year to the MTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. John Putnam, John Steffen, and then Taryn Fivek. Mr. Putnam?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is John Putnam, and I'm a long-standing resident of Murray Hill. I wish to state that I strongly urge the board to vote against the funding of the Park Avenue ventilation project. MTA should be spending its money on things that will enhance ridership, such as new fireproof cars, an updated signaling system, hiring more maintenance workers to keep the system in good working order, and increasing the number of emergency exits from the system. These things are meaningful to the public that relies on a safe and functional transit system. The ventilation system will cost a fortune, and more than likely it will sit idle for its entire lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Steffen and Taryn Fivick, who will be followed by Sarah Catalanato.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I believe the transit system here in New York should be free, period, for everybody. If smaller countries with smaller GDPs, which is gross domestic products, can have a free system, the United States of America can have a free system of public transportation system as well, offered to the public for free. If China can do it, if other smaller countries can do it, we can do it, first of all. Second of all, there are too many police officers who are looking to target black and brown people there in every single station just for jumping a turnstile. Well, when I was a little kid, I remember the fare being $125, and now it's $275. That is over 100% increase. That is ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. Excuse me, I'm tired. But listen. There are more police officers than rats and roaches in the subway system. What are the police officers there for? To arrest people just for not wanting to pay $275? When the fare goes to $3, what do you expect people to do? Pay that $3 for cars that don't have air conditioning? I live near the 1 train line. Half of the cars there don't have air conditioning. You're burned up half the time riding the 1 line. I'm not even going to talk about all the other lines. There's other ones that don't have air conditioning either. That's what we're paying. That's what we're paying damn near $3 for, to burn up on a ride to get here. The system should be free for everybody. And salute to the TWU for moving us around.
Thanks, Mr. Steffen. Taryn Fivick. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Do we have Taryn Fivick? We'll call again later. How about Sarah Catalanato? Do we have Sarah Catalanato? Okay, thank you.
My group, Parents to Improve School Transportation, sees common problems between school busing, paratransit, and transit in general. The people with firsthand knowledge are not the ones running either system. Riders, their loved ones, and the workers have a real stake, but are at the mercy of an unelected board with its own financial agenda. In the MTA's case, it is public record that we are spending new money on old stuff. MTA should cancel the debt and put resources into the very valuable work of taking all New Yorkers where we need to go. These need to be real jobs, not precarious things like Uber that we heard is a so-called solution on Accessoride being put forth. We know from having 70 school bus companies in a race to lower expenses that the less regulated, the less uniform a service, the worse for everyone's safety. The chancellor who said parents should put our kids with disabilities in taxis was Kathy Black, and we see how long she lasted. Cab drivers themselves have told us that they don't want to be liable and they can't make a living unless their passengers are quick in and quick out. We heard a most extreme case of that from the sister up here. On time, accessible paratransit and transit free of rats, alcohol ads, and crowding will create jobs and be the pride of our city. Instead, we get flashy technology that informs us just how slow and messed up the trains are, and aggressive policing of people who can't afford the high fares, which has now spilled over to at least one innocent booth clerk. Public service, not debt service.
Thank you very much. James Pastilli. Then Cassandra Refucci. Then John Cialdoni. Mr. Pastilli, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the MTA Board. My name is James Pastilli, and I represent the Staten Island Area Advisory Board of the American Cancer Society, as well as the Policy Committee of Tackling Youth Substance Abuse of the Staten Island Partnership for Wellness. I'm here to ask the MTA Board to hold a discussion on the issue of alcohol advertising and to eliminate it from all New York City transit. American Cancer Society research confirms that alcohol consumption is a known cause of several types of cancer, including cancers of the head, neck, liver, breast, and colorectal. Other expert research bodies concur, most notably the American Institute for Cancer Research, the National Cancer Institute of the National Institute of Health, the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization. Patterns of excessive alcohol use are often established in childhood and adolescence, as are other cancer-causing behaviors like tobacco use. It has been well established that repeated exposure to advertising plays a major role in forming behaviors in children. With this in mind, it is critical that our policies and programs work to prevent these behaviors as early as possible in order to reduce the risk of cancer down the road. The current policy of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to accept alcohol advertising works against the public interest by increasing long-term risk for alcohol-related cancers. Alcohol use also tends to increase tobacco use, which further increases cancer risk. Systematic reviews of longitudinal studies have shown that exposure to alcohol advertising increases risk for underage drinking. In other words, the more alcohol marketing messages that a young person sees, the more likely they will begin drinking, or the more they will drink if they've already established. It is telling that youth report alcohol ads as their favorites, especially when so many different products vie for their attention. These compelling advertisements become the new teachers of our youth. One study found, in fact, that 8 to 12-year-olds could name more brands of beer than they could U.S. presidents.
Could you wrap up, please, Mr. Pastilli?
In 1992, the MTA Board of Directors voted to remove tobacco advertising from the system in order to reduce the exposure to a product which was health harming. We ask you to please consider reducing alcohol advertising as you did with tobacco. We understand public transit in New York City needs to be better funded, but the way to do it is not through sacrificing the health and safety of our youth. Do it for my children, for my grandchildren, and for your children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cassandra Refucci. Then John Cialdoni. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Loda, MTA board members. My name is Cassandra Refucci, and I am a self-advocate, and I am on the autism spectrum. I observe there is not much elevators and escalators for our seniors and the ADA population. We would all be grateful if the MTA can have operating elevators and escalators and use up-to-date technology to inform our ADA population. Please help us to be able to live independent lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Cialdoni, to be followed by Stacy Carpenter, and then Shonjay Moon. Forgive me if I read that wrong. Mr. Cialdoni.
Hello, thank you.
Good morning.
I'm with the Executive Intelligence Review, the Economics Journal of Lyndon LaRouche, a great economist who opposed the creation of the MAC, the Municipal Assistance Corporation, in the 70s in the first place as a debt collection operation instead of a solution to a problem at that time. And in these decades since the Big Mac was created, and the MTA with it, the priority written into this thing has not been to maintain the system, but to service the debt and collect the debt. And since the revenue coming in is never enough, then what gets deferred is the maintenance, the improvements, the modernization. You're sitting here with a $30 billion maintenance deficit that we're now proposing to fix which has to be fixed. And I understand there has to be short-term measures because of safety, et cetera, but it is not future-oriented. There's nothing here that identifies how we're going to get past this. We have foreign investment possibilities from China, from Japan. President Trump has met with these governments. They want to invest. But how can they put money into a system where the funds are sent over for maintaining a debt structure? There's no dedicated capital budget. It's a debt farming operation. And unless that's changed, or if it were changed, and you had a dedicated budget, there would be foreign investment, there'd be other investment. Maybe the system should be audited. Maybe there should be a moratorium on payment to bondholders until we see where the money's going and how it could be spent. So my point is that we have to have a future-oriented system, not to repair a broken system, but to think of what we need 25 years from now, 50 years from now. We should start building that now in the context of solving the problem right now. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Stacy Carpenter. And then, and again, forgive me if I mispronounce this or misread it, Sionje Moon. Stacy Carpenter.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Stacy Carpenter. I'm a native New Yorker, and I live in Chelsea. I'm here on behalf of the Building Alcohol Ad-Free Transit Campaign, and I want to specifically address the MTA budget related to alcohol advertising. I definitely want the MTA to be better funded, we do, but not by risking the health and safety of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. I'm speaking today as a native New Yorker, as a member of the LGBT community, as an active member of the Church of the Ascension, and as a person in long-term recovery. For me, by the grace of God, I have not had to pick up a drink or a drug since January 22nd, 2007. And because of this gift of sobriety, I know that my role in the community is to advocate for those who are vulnerable just as I was. And while the opioid crisis has rightly drawn a lot of attention, alcohol continues to be the drug used most by youth in New York City. And so for me, in my youth, my story was that I used to take the LIRR into the city and be so excited to come to this big place. And I would see alcohol ads all of the time on the LIRR and on the subway. And for me, when I was struggling with some of my life situations and I looked for what's the solution, all I had to do was reflect back on those ads. As someone who identifies as an LGBT member, I know that the survey statistics from the Department of Health show that LGBT youth and young people in New York City suffer disproportionately from alcohol-related harms. And one of the factors feeding into that disparity is the fact that there's targeted marketing to the LGBT community. So looking at all of this, I ask that this committee takes a look at the fundamental injustice of the MTA. I'll wrap up, facilitating the exposure on our young people to alcohol marketing. And as you did with tobacco ads, list alcohol ads on the list of prohibited categories for advertising by the MTA. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moon, and then Hillary Ramirez, and then Johan Vanderberg. Good morning.
Good morning. We want public transit in New York City to be better funded, but the way to do it is not through sacrificing the health and safety of youth of color. I'm here to ask the MTA board to hold a discussion on the issue of alcohol advertising and to eliminate it from all New York City transit. My name is Sunjae Moon from South Korea, and I represent Korean Community Services. In 2012, South Korea implemented new law aimed at restricting alcohol advertising in public transit. Its purpose was to reduce alcohol drinking among teenagers. That law was a landmark in South Korea, aimed at changing public consciousness about alcoholism and attitude toward excessive drinking. And I was really impressed that we did it. But I saw lots of alcohol ads in New York City Transit. And I was kind of shocked because public transit is literally public area. So I think eliminating it from public transit will make New York City a healthier place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boone. Hillary Ramirez. And then Johan Vandenberg, and then Helene Tapia. Good morning.
Good morning. So my name is Hillary Ramirez. I'm a Bronx native, born, raised, and continue to live in the Bronx. And I'm here to talk about why I believe alcohol advertisements should be removed from the MTA. As many other New Yorkers, I started using the MTA at a very young age. At around 8th grade, I became dependent on the MTA to commute to and from school. And at a very young age, I was exposed to these alcohol ads, as many other students are. The MTA serves as our yellow school bus. And as our yellow school bus, students are being exposed to alcohol advertisement, and they're being desensitized by them. We're no longer questioning the placement of these ads. We're no longer questioning their influence. And it is important to note that even though we are not questioning the influence, they are still influencing us. Studies show that alcohol advertisement does affect drinking habits, that they do affect drinking habits in underage drinkers. I would say that I myself am not a drinker, thankfully, but I did grow up in a high school where students did drink. I remember coming back from breaks, I remember coming back from weekends, and students will share their stories about being drunk in the weekends and in the holidays, or drinking and posting pictures on social media with bottles of alcohol. And I remember being envious of them because I believed that I wasn't having as much fun as they were having. I associated drinking with having fun, and these are the messages that are reflective in the MTA alcohol ads. A lot of those ads are stating that you need to drink in order to have fun, that you need to drink in order to be a better you, and that is reflecting in our youth. Our youth do not need to be peer pressured by these ads into drinking. They already have enough pressure, and we're asking you to question these issues and to consider removing these ads because they're influencing our youth, and they're primarily influencing our youth of color. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Ramirez. Johan Vandenberg, and then Helene Tapia, and then Raydel Tabaris. Mr. Vandenberg, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Johan Vandenberg, and I come representing the program that saved my life called the Corona Self-Help Center. It's a drug recovery group in Staten Island and in Corona. And I'm here to talk about that despite the fact that the MTA should be better funded, the way to do it is not through the sacrifice and the health and the safety of the youth in our community. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because I was one of those children that fell through the cracks. I started drinking when I was 14 years old, and this led me to do worse things, more drugs, so that by the time I was 19 years old, I already had to seek a drug recovery program to save my life. Instead of, having the normal problems like looking for a girlfriend or choosing what college I should go to, I was thinking of the next fix. And part of the reason, one of the big reasons why I did this, it's because it seems so normal. Those ads everywhere. As a matter of fact, waiting for the Q44 bus on my way to school, there was a big beer ad. And those people seem to be having fun. Why shouldn't I have fun too? And this led me through wasting the best years of my life. As part of the Corona Self-Help Center, we also decided to do a survey in Corona, Queens, about the saturation of the ads of alcohol in our community. And 82% of the people answered no to the question, do you think that alcohol advertisement belongs in public transportation? So perhaps we should listen to the people. We should listen to 84% of the people that believe that it's not worth the risk, that the small amount of revenue is not worth all these lives that it's costing. So please, I'm here to ask the MTA board to discuss the issue of alcohol advertisement and to eliminate it from all NYC transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Helene Tapia, and Raydel Tabaris, and Jared Silver.
Morning, MTA board. My name is Helene Tapia, and I'm an alcoholic in recovery. And I also would like to get the advertisement taken away from the subway of alcoholism, because it definitely affects. It's bad enough we have I come from Washington Heights, and it's bad enough that we have a liquor store every 2 blocks, and music videos advertising to the kids that how cool alcohol is. I myself started at a young age drinking and being peer pressured by all my friends, thinking it's cool. I come from a Dominican background, which everything around us is, they think it's fun about. And I lost many years of my life. I flunked, I quit college because of this battle with alcoholism. It led me many years of my life battling, having a bad economy. I mean, not rising to my economy, and I feel like sacrificing. Sorry, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. And I just want these advertisements, because it gets implanted in children's head. We're growing up, and then they'll lead up to a person like I, that's been battling with alcoholism all my life. And I don't want other children to get affected the way I've been affected. And thank God to Jesus and the Corona Help Center. I'm battling this problem, and I asked the MTA, please, to take these advertisements off the subway, because every day many children ride the subway and see these advertisements, and thank you, MTA, for listening.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Tapia. Riddell Tabaris, then Jared Silver, and then Charmaine Ruddick. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Riddell. I'm 22 years old, and I'm a recovery alcoholic, and I'm part of the Corona self-help group in Corona, Queens. And we want public transit to be better funded, but the way to do that is not by sacrificing the health of young people of color like me. I'm here to ask the MTA to discuss the issue of alcohol ads and to get them off our subway system. I'd like to tell you my story. I started drinking when I was 15, and by the year passed, I already had lost my family. I was homeless. I didn't have nowhere to live or eat. I lost my school opportunities, and I started drinking when I was underage. Underage drinking is a major health problems in New York City, leading to issues like problems in school, over 7,000 emergency room visits per year, and homelessness. Public health studies show that the younger you are when you start drinking, the more likely you are to have alcohol problems later. So we need to end the influence of alcohol ads on the MTA where children can see them, and I hope is that we see you take action on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jared Silver, and then Charmaine Ruddick, and then Mr. X.
Good morning. My name is Jared. I'm a person in long-term recovery from substance abuse and alcoholism. I'm also a part of the Corona Self-Help Center, which has 2 recovery residences, one in Corona and one in Staten Island. The one in Staten Island I'm actually the facility manager of, and as a person in long-term recovery, I'm here to ask the MTA board to further discuss this issue of alcohol advertising on public transportation, in fact, to remove it from all New York City transit and to prevent children from having to go through the years of suffering that I went through and my family went through, as well as the other members that have already spoken to you this morning. One thing that I do know in my experience of working with addiction is that people start to use drugs for 2 reasons, which is imitation and or curiosity. And that was the experience that I had. I drank alcohol for the first time when I was 9, and I used drugs for the first time when I was only 12. And I used drugs and alcohol for more than half of my life, for the majority of my life. And like like others have said, while my friends were starting families, going to college, and picking their careers, I was going in and out of jail, rehabs, and eventually being homeless. Without the love and trust of my family, I would not have found the help that I was able to find. But I do know that one of the defining characteristics of people with addictions is that they're easily influenced, especially by the negative. I was one of those kids that didn't pay attention to the DARE counselor or McGruff the crime dog or to the commercial that said, this is your brain, or this is your brain on drugs. I actually thought that that was cool, like having my brain like scrambled eggs. I never paid attention to those kind of positive influences, but the negative influences I paid a lot of attention to. The commercials that I would see on TV about cigarettes or about people drinking and how it just looked like they were having the time of their lives in exotic places like the beach, girls in bikinis. I thought if I smoked and drank, I'd be able to date a girl in a bikini and live on the beach too. And this is how I started. And like I said, it took me a long time to stop. Today I have 7 years, thanks to God, clean from drugs and alcohol. But I
have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure,
I'm
no
sorry,
problem.
Mr.
I think
Silver.
it's
Thank
important that you guys understand that we're here because we want the MTA to be better funded. We know that it's necessary, but it's not the way to do it through sacrificing the health and safety of our youth. We don't need kids to end up the way that we did and have to suffer the experiences that we did. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Silver. Good luck to you. Charmaine Ruddick, and then Mr. X. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Charmaine Ruddock from the Institute for Family Health, a network of federally qualified health centers. I direct our Bronx Health Reach initiative, a community coalition of 70-plus members working to improve the health of all Bronxites. We are deeply concerned about the problem alcohol advertising in the MTA poses for young people who are exposed to it to and from their way to school. Research by Dr. Sean Lucan and colleagues at Montefiore and Albert Einstein, findings that were published this year in the Journal of Public Health, indicated that alcohol ads were present in more stations than ads for any other foods or beverages. Alcohol ads were more likely to be found in stations in neighborhoods with greater poverty, lower educational attainment, high percentages of Black and Latino residents, and more children, regardless of the total number of riders using the station. This finding strongly suggests that the placement of alcohol ads are directly targeted towards lower income, less educated people of color and youth in communities already suffering from the highest rates of chronic disease and with extraordinary poor health outcomes. Without a doubt, we want public transit in New York City to be better funded, but the way to do it is not, I repeat, not through sacrificing the health and safety of the youths, especially those of color. The modest revenues generated by alcohol ads could be replaced by other categories of ads. And so from the Bronx Health Reach and the Institute for Family Health, we call on the board to amend its advertising policy to add alcohol to the categories of prohibited advertising. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. X, to be followed by Mary Parison. Mr. X.
Regarding the NYCTA, New York City Transit Authority, you should consider reinstating double-letter trains. The remaining double-letter trains were renamed in 1985. You should consider reinstating them to serve the riders better. But if you want to stick with single-letter trains only, that's on you. But it's something you should consider doing. Consider separating the J&M trains. And how do you do that? Dismiss the trap bed that holds the M train between Central and Myrtle Avenues in exchange for the former trap bed that runs on Myrtle Avenue between Lewis and Central Avenues, which was used by the MJ train until 1969. And that includes the former station. The portion between there and Metropolitan should be used for shuttle service. Okay? And also, the M train doesn't belong on the 6th Avenue line, just like the Q train. It belongs on the Broadway Avenue line. Put it on the Broadway Avenue line. You can serve the riders better. As far as the J train goes, the J train can replace the G trains to increase Crosstown Local, which I discovered a few years ago. Okay? And also, terminating the M train Broadway Junction is a bad idea. Okay? Leaving there, it could run to Rockaway Parkway and Parsons Boulevard by truncating back to Broadway Junction proves the MTA executive director looks like Wanda C. from Welcome Carter needs her head examined. Also proves that she became another Douglas Sussman. That's another story. And I'm not focused on the chair. It looks like Wes Craven. That's another story. Okay? And also, if you're free tonight, join me at Dream, which lies at 1991 2nd Avenue by 104th Street here in Manhattan for the City Council District 8 Candidate Forum, 6:30 p.m., and watch the current illegitimate speaker who looks like Betsy Goblin with a smaller body get smacked by her worst nightmare, Gwen Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. X. Mary Parisen, Allison Loeb, and then Jessica Hallman. Good morning, Ms. Parisen.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Mary Parison, and I'm the My name is Mary Parison, and I'm the chair of a coalition called CURES, Civics United for Railroad Environmental Solutions. I'm here today to speak to you about an opportunity and to share with you some information about how the Long Island Railroad can get free Tier 4 or cleaner locomotives to replace the antiquated non-tier freight switcher locomotives being used in the Fresh Pond Yard. New York State expects to receive $127.7 million as a result of the Volkswagen emission settlement. You each received a handout today which contains some of the slides from the DEC presentation that I attended last month. And it explains the process for getting these free locomotives. NYSERDA and the DEC have deemed the replacement of these 1970 antiquated locomotives to be eligible for this project. All projects considered must be a reduction of NOx. The MTA has already promised to purchase the cleanest locomotives with the New York State funding that you already have in hand, and STV is the consultant that is being used for this procurement for the Long Island Railroad. So now you can apply and get 100% free Tier 4 or cleaner switcher locomotives to replace the last 5 working ones at Fresh Pond Yard. We've been advocating for our communities for years to reduce locomotive pollution, hotspots from our neighborhoods, and for the railroad workplace. But CURES, as a community coalition, cannot apply for this money. The MTA must apply, and it will be on a first-come, first-served basis once this application becomes available. So please do not lose the opportunity to apply for this money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parison. Allison Loeb, then Jessica Hallman, and then Angelo Vega. Good morning.
Good morning. I live on 190th Street in northern Manhattan on the A line. I'm here because fewer trains and lack of communication are creating more dangerous conditions uptown. I'm concerned that without appropriate A-train service and personnel from 168th Street on up to 207th Street, there's an increased risk of injuries and fatalities. As some of you might know, the A is the only way to reach Northwest Manhattan, and because of our very hilly terrain, most A-train stations are accessible only by MTA elevators and escalators. These are often out of service. When they are, everyone, the elderly, the pregnant, physically challenged, caregivers with little kids in strollers, face 10 additional flights of stairs, often in extreme heat or cold. If you've ever been stuck in an MTA elevator, as I have, you'd have to be led down 10 narrow flights of stairs in the dark. You'd understand that lack of security and staff at our stations compounds the hazard. At my stop, 190th Street, there's no working PA system. So when there are delays and other more serious issues, including 2 major smoke conditions last year, there's little communication with MTA customers inside or outside of the station. In stations with PA systems, arrival announcements are often inaccurate. At 168th Street, for example, a train 2 stations away can take 40 minutes to arrive. Often, Express A trains are held for local C trains. With fewer trains and more delays, platforms get overcrowded and become unbearably hot over the summer. There are not enough seats for those who need them. Some riders get sick or panic, and often because of the unmanaged crowds and few exits, people can't leave. With our isolated stations, others have complained about too many MTA police, and we have too few. Uptown residents deserve an A train restored to its former glory and around-the-clock efficiency. Finally, I'd like to see the MTA assign an Upper Manhattan liaison who will show up regularly at our transit meetings, listen closely, and help the MTA make the necessary changes to get us all safely where we need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loeb. Jessica Hallman, then Angelo Vega, and then Edwin Figueroa. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Hallman, and I live in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn. I work as a regional manager at a national law firm in Midtown, and I'm a member of the Riders Alliance. I've been commuting by subway for over 10 years, and over the past year, I have watched service and conditions deteriorate to dangerous and intolerable levels. I have seen platforms at 53rd Street get so crowded during evening rush hour that there is no room for passengers to get off the down escalators, creating total chaos. And that's when the escalators are working. In addition to delays resulting from outside factors, the time we wait between trains has become longer and longer. When the train finally does arrive to a crowded platform, it takes us so long to board, further delaying the service, creating a vicious cycle of widespread impact throughout the system. Clearly, more trains are desperately needed, and headways need to decrease, and I know they can. New York is a great city, but if we continue down this road, our most vulnerable neighbors will continue to be hurt at the workplace, while those who can afford to are already starting to take their contributions elsewhere. I'm glad that you're taking short-term action to restore reliable subway service, but riders still need a long-term vision that includes speeding up the delivery of new signaling and train cars. Importantly, Governor Cuomo needs to identify a sustainable way to raise revenues. The state can and must identify funding without passing those costs onto middle-income New Yorkers. And once that funding is in place, the MTA must have proper oversight with full transparency and accountability. And I personally would like to see the appointment of an individual outside auditor and ombudsman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hallman. Angelo Vega, and then Edwin Figueroa, and then Liz, looks like Patrick. Forgive me if it's wrong. Good morning, Mr. Vega.
Morning, gentlemen and few ladies. I'm here about the alcohol ads in the buses and the subway system. I think that you can have a better way of getting funding for your operations by ceasing and desisting the alcohol ads. It's not, as somebody had previously stated, that it has a very, very influencing effect on young kids. And young kids use the buses and the trains. And as you all know, I see. All right.
There you go. Sounds good.
So I'm just trying to talk to you about the influencing of alcohol ads on the subway system, and it needs to be taken off. It needs to be removed from the walls and the buses. It has a very detrimental influence on the youth in our city. The alcohol is tobacco was legal or advertised on on the televisions, they always had the Marlboro man, the tough guy on the horse, and blah blah blah. Well, kids are influenced by that with the alcohol too. Not only with the cigarettes, but with the alcohol too. So you have that psychological association and the subconscious, and the kids get influenced by that. I have a personal story as well. My brother, my dearly beloved brother, he was an alcoholic, and the family suffered for years. It was terrible. But that's my spiel. Please remove the alcohol ads from the subways and the buses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Edwin Figueroa, Liz Patrick, and then Adrian Untermeyer. Good morning, Mr. Figueroa.
Ladies and gentlemen, MTA Board. My name is Ed Figueroa. I'm tenant of the South Bronx. I come here as a New Yorker and a taxpayer. I use the transit. I hope you guys also will carry on one of these. And as you are officiating over this great MTA system, I come to you as a former alcoholic. My issue is the alcoholic ads. It's very easy for me to say that I used to be an alcohol abuser because I am now liberated from that. It's been several years. Alcoholic ads, just like the cigarette ads back in the day, used to play a role on how the kids hung out with their peers. The alcoholic ads also play the same role. I don't have to inform you guys of the value of not having these ads. I know some of you guys no longer live in these communities of color, even though you might be of the persuasion, but I still am, and I have grandchildren, and I have coworkers that are still impressed by these ads. I'm advising you to look into your hearts and stop this funding of these ads. You guys have a magnificent brain trust in this room that can come up with a value system to remove these ads and still make money at the same time. I hold you guys and believe that you guys have the capability to do that. Please help start to have this conversation to move away from this type of advertising in our communities. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Liz Patrick, Adrian Untermeyer, and then Frederick Cohen. Good morning.
Hello. My name is Liz Patrick, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. We believe that the proposed cuts next month to the crosstown bus service on the Upper East Side are unfair to our residents and cannot be justified on the basis of low demand. Contrary to the assertion that there's insufficient demand for the M72, the M66, and the M31, at last week's Community Board 8 meeting, we had numerous examples by residents stating that there are often times when they can't board the bus because it's too crowded, or it has to skip the stop altogether. This was most often the case for the M66 when the hospital corridor is letting out after work. In our view, the MTA ridership surveys undercount demand, failing to take into consideration passengers who can't board due to overcrowding, riders who've given up waiting after 12 minutes with no idea when the next bus is coming, and young children traveling with caregivers who don't need a Metro card to board. We fear that the MTA bus management believes Upper East Side residents are affluent and can afford alternatives to unreliable local bus service like Ubers and taxis. However, that perception is wrong for the large senior population and families with small children in our neighborhood who don't have the money for car service and can't easily negotiate our brand new subway system at the queue. The majority of seniors in our neighborhood aren't worried about being late for the ballet. They're worried about getting to their doctor's appointment on time. We don't have any east-west public transportation alternatives, so if you need to find extra buses for the system, would you please consider taking them from the north-south routes where people can ride the subway instead? We worry that the unintended consequence of your decision to reduce bus service on the M72, 66, and 31 are going to relegate our seniors to second-class status. And after years of paying taxes in the city, we think they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Adrian Untermeyer, then Frederick Cohen, then Boblin Austin. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adrian Untermeyer, and I came here from the Bronx this morning. And my journey in was a very familiar one. I approached the aging, peeling stegosaurus of a subway trestle, mounted a staircase reeking of urine, and screaming of graffiti. I swiped my flimsy fare card, cursing its uselessness on commuter trains that would have gotten me here quicker and more reliably. And I proceeded to board my train in the usual spot, the front car, where each morning I observed construction debris strewn across the tracks from projects completed long ago. During this summer of hell, subway meltdowns have dominated our headlines and robbed countless dollars and hours from poor and working people. Low-income New Yorkers were 14% more likely to be penalized because of train delays and 4% more likely to lose wages. But the everyday tragedy of our rails can also be found in those smaller injustices like the ones I described, or the errant trash bag, the garbled announcements, the scurrying rats. They all define our shabby system. They do not cause the meltdowns, but they symbolize the political indifference to a system in desperate need of resources and, critically, attention to detail. As a member of the Riders Alliance and a devoted New Yorker, I implore this board and Governor Andrew Mark Cuomo, do your jobs. Do your jobs. It was a relief to hear the MTA announce a plan of action yesterday, but riders need to know, where is the realistic funding source for elevating the subways to their rightful place as our region's pride and joy? Our system cannot bear additional debt that's then passed on to the riders through service cuts and fare hikes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frederick Cohen, Boblin Austin, and then Janet Storm. Good morning.
Good morning. My comments refer to the portion of the 2015-2019 MTA capital budget that provides funding for the proposed Park Avenue vent project on the IRT line. The rationale for this project is passenger safety during fire or smoke incidents between 33rd Street Station and Grand Central. We're all interested in passenger safety, but let's put safety into some perspective. During 2016, there were 638 track fires from trash throughout the entire MTA system. No passengers were injured. Now let's go back to the Park Avenue vent project. An analysis of smoke and fire incidents between 33rd Street and Grand Central Station during 20 years, from 1997 to 2016, revealed only 95 fire or smoke incidents, of which 57 were trash fires. During that period, not a single passenger was injured. So it begs the question as to why the MTA is proposing a 5 to 10 year construction project along a historic district of Park Avenue, costing a minimum of $85 million that would have, at best, speculative benefits. Is this a sensible way to spend the money? Instead, enormous savings in taxpayer dollars can be invested in, number one, public education, 2, video surveillance, 3, law enforcement, and 4, enhanced track cleaning. We now know that a 6-month trial of track vacuums reduced trash fires by 1/3. That alone should suggest to the MTA that the 23-year-old study that promoted the vent project is out of date and irrelevant, and that there are better ways to spend and protect subway riders than digging holes. We also know that the MTA's plan to install vent plants in all 252 line segments at a cost of between $21 billion and $42 billion is irresponsible. I recommend that any additional funding for the MTA's vent project be denied and that it be deferred indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Goblin Austin, Janet Storm, and then Jessica White. Ms. Austin?
I am Boblin Austin, and I also live in Murray Hill and am concerned about the EVP project. Now that the FEIS has been issued, and we, the Murray Hill citizens, have expressed our dismay at the scarring and disruption of our lovely neighborhood if this goes through, it seems that funding for this enormous project, the digging of 252 holes to build vent plants all over the city, is the issue. If the present plan of funding 2 plants per 5-year capital budget cycle continues, it could take conceivably over 100 years to complete and cost billions of dollars to build and maintain. This EVP study that was commissioned in 1993 was very grandiose in retrospect. If the MTA thought they could actually accomplish this 23 years ago, they must have thought they would have access to quite a lot of money. It would have been better if they had used that resource to upgrade the aging manual signal system that was already many, many years past its use-by date, which would have made the subway much safer and much more efficient today. There are more cost-effective ways for creating a smoke-free environment in the tunnels that are not so heavy-handed and harmful to the environment in the making. The New York Times article yesterday described how large vacuum cleaners, track sweeping cars, and workmen with shovels and brooms has reduced the number of track fires significantly by removing garbage and litter from the tracks. Expanding that program would create a much safer subway and be less costly. Therefore, I would like to see this non-mandated, elective EVP program tabled for now, in favor of putting funding and focus on the more pressing need for upgrades of the core functioning of the subway system, the digitalizing of the signals, and restoration of the cars and tracks. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Janet Storm, and then Jessica White, and then Sylvia Spielman. Good morning, Ms. Storm.
Hello, everyone. I'm Janet Storm, a 45-year resident of Murray Hill. Aren't we all fortunate to be living here in this wonderful city, where we have everything at our fingertips and get to meet some of the most interesting people in the world, where we also get to meet and work with some of the smartest people in the world. But in the workplace, at school, perhaps serving on your board's co-op board, what about the smartest one in the room who has absolutely no common sense at all? You know who I'm talking about. I think this might be what happened with the MTA some 23 years ago. Board members gathered and someone suggested an emergency ventilation duct system for Park Avenue in quaint Murray Hill. It remained on the list until years later when, before June 2016, a very smart person with no common sense at all said, let's do this. The idea's been hanging around for a while. We have the funding. And this very smart person with no common sense at all kept pushing this through, and others, not giving it much thought, followed. And now we're at a point where we, as concerned citizens, who are smart with good common sense, say, how in the world can the MTA even think of wasting zillions of dollars on ventilation plants when it can't even fund a modern subway signal system in our city? A reminder, in an earlier phase, the MTA stated, it doesn't do cost-benefit analysis. If you can't show alleged benefits warrant the cost, you should stop this project. Think again before you vote on the funding for this. You'll be a party to a grand misuse of taxpayer money. For a change, try using some good common sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica White, then Sylvia Spielman, and then Pedro Valdez. Good morning.
Pull this down. Good morning. I am Jessica White. I am a recently retired, New York City public school teacher at the middle school level, teaching science. I am here to say that with all due respect to every MTA worker and others of my fellow union workers, there is no reason to pit police against riders or riders against the MTA workers or workers against the city or the city against the state. The city of New York has been eaten alive by the Wall Street and City of London looting operation in New York and even outside of New York, even cities outside of New York. Just take a look at Detroit. The city officials have also been taking kickbacks from Wall Street, and you know what I'm talking about. I think people in the audience know what I'm talking about. And these kickbacks from Wall Street extend all the way into Congress and into our Senate, even in Washington, D.C. This money that Cuomo is referring to will end up on the backs of the people of this city sooner rather than later. We need to crush Wall Street by reinstating the Glass-Steagall Act. This Glass-Steagall Act is the first of the laws of Lyndon LaRouche, 4 laws that start with reinstating Glass-Steagall. This act was taken deliberately taken down in 1999. It was actually tantamount to treason. It caused the collapse of the legitimate banking system, which is commercial banking, in favor of the speculating wolves on Wall Street. An imminent collapse of the entire transatlantic banking system is hanging over our heads, with $1.5 trillion in derivatives bubbles, which cannot conceivably be sustained even if Social Security, Medicare,
Can you wrap up,
and
please, Ms.
Medicaid
White?
were all wiped out at the same time. What we need to do, you on this board, I challenge you to tell your Congress people to reinstate Glass-Steagall. And everybody in this room should be calling their Congress and their senators to reinstate Glass-Steagall to allow the credit of the United States to go to the states that will put infrastructure projects in line just as it brought us out of the Depression. Those infrastructure projects will save our lives, including the one that the MTA is proposing. Glass-Steagall will pay for that.
Thank you,
This
Ms.
is a
White. We still have
bipartisan
25 more
bill.
speakers, so
Okay.
can you please finish up?
And I want to tell you what the bill is. It's Glass-Steagall H.R. 790, which is already in Congress. It's been there for a while. We need to reinstate Glass-Steagall, and everybody in this room needs to tell their congressman to do so, to fund this infrastructure project and other life-saving projects for New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Sylvia Spielman, Pedro Valdez, Richard Leland. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sylvia Spielman. My company, Alliance Supply, has been servicing the MTA for many years. I ride the subway every day, and I read the papers every day. A day doesn't go by that there isn't an article about the MTA's budget deficit. It's fair to say that all of the MTA's problems can be solved if the deficit is decreased or eliminated. Practically every speaker today mentioned that the MTA needs to have additional creative sources of income. I have a business proposal that would generate in the tens of millions of dollars yearly that can replace the revenue from the alcohol ads. I've been facing a lot of red tape trying to reach the proper channels. Can I please reach out to you, Ms. De La Horta, to discuss this proposal? I require only a few minutes of your time. My business card is available over here. Where do I leave it? Thank you.
Good morning, MTA. Chairman Rhoda.
into Secretary Hacon. My name is Pedro Valdez Rivera Jr. I live in Bed-Stuy, and I'm the member of the Riders Alliance, New York's grassroots organization of buses, subway riders, fight for more accessible and equitable transit system. So last week, I took an M train from Myrtle Avenue to 46th Street in Queens for the town hall. And normally it take me an hour, but instead it take me 15 minutes more, which is 75 minutes. A great inconvenience indeed. More and more of us New Yorkers know that it's have unnecessary long trips like this one I experienced are the result of our aging signal system. It is well beyond time to find ways to speed up the delivery of new train connections. Yesterday's announcement by you, Joe Laura, which is an excellent start. It's a fresh start. But riders need a much bigger vision, like the Marshall Plan for our subways, and for Governor Cuomo identify a sustainable way to raise revenues. Another thing I experience is I take the B38 bus every week from Lewis Avenue to downtown Brooklyn. It was so unreliable. It was so slow, so bunched up together. I could go on and on. It's too much going on. So that's why in the procurement on pages 105 and 106 about the transit signal priority, that's a good start between the MTA and the DOT, but more needs to be done, which I hope the MTA and the DOT will have more transit signal priority on those key corridor bus routes sooner rather than later. We cannot wait until 2020 to get faster bus service in particular. Otherwise, 8 million transit riders may have to bear the cost of additional unnecessary fare hikes and service reductions. We need to raise revenue and invest in this essential resource. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to testify before all of you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Leland, then Bruce Podwell, if I read it correctly. I apologize if I didn't. And then Rita Turi. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Loda and members of the board. My name is Rick Leland, and I'm an attorney with the Akerman Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of the Roman Catholic Church Parish of Our Savior, which is located at 59 Park Avenue, at the epicenter of the lengthy and expensive construction of the proposed emergency ventilation plan for the Lexington Avenue line. A lot of the Murray Hill neighbors who spoke this morning spoke in a manner far more eloquently than I can about the need to re-examine this particular project in light of other concerns that the board has, that the MTA has with the transit system, and in light of the ability to make sure that our passengers are safe during the course of their travels in far less expensive and alternate means. And this kind of segues into what my position has been here and my work has been here, which has been looking at the final environmental impact statement. But before I do that, I want to talk a little about the church. The church is a almost 60-year-old building. It is a magnificent stone structure, and it is virtually irreplaceable. The entrance to its rectory is at 38th Street, right where all this digging and vibration is going to occur. And when we made comments on the draft environmental impact statement with respect to our concerns about vibration, we got the usual response in the final EIS, which says, well, we're just going to do what we have to do, without any real detail about how this magnificent structure was going to be protected. And I realize that's particular to the church, but you have to understand that you are also abutting an historic district in Murray Hill. And very scant attention to detail and how to protect those structures is given either in the DEIS or in the final EIS in response to comments from us, from the community, and from Langen Engineering, whom we engaged to do more services. I want to talk a little bit about alternatives, because what you heard this morning was that there are alternatives to doing this project. Yet, the EIS doesn't talk about alternatives. The alternatives it talks about is where we're going to put this. Maybe we'll put it here, maybe we'll put it there, all within a several block radius. But there was no meaningful discussion or meaningful analysis of other ways of securing the security of passengers in the train without spending this money. And when you're in a situation that the MTA is in now, with the transit system in an emergency status, with virtually difficult times to find funding, I think that you should rethink this and come up with better ways to achieve the goals you have without spending a lot of money when you have other fish to fry. And I thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Rodwell, is it? And then Rita Turi, and then Josephine Mariniti, if I read it correctly.
I'm Bruce Podwall, and I'm a professional engineer. Like others, I ask you to table action item 4i and reject the Murray Hill Ventilation Plant FEIS. Based on recent trash fires, you probably hope ventilation plants enhance safety. However, ask management when they plan to install a ventilation system in those sections where the recent fires occurred. The answer is over 20 years. In fact, to ventilate the entire system will take a century at the pace you're proceeding, all while costing $1 billion a decade. In other words, no passenger will be safe from fires for many years. What you're being asked to approve is misguided at best, especially when you're barely able to fund major safety-related programs such as a modern signal system and crash-resistant rail cars. Such lack of funding begs the question, why waste billions on unnecessary, expensive ventilation plants when cheaper ways to enhance safety can be implemented more quickly? In lieu of new ventilation plants, I support smaller, more cost-effective solutions to improve passenger safety years sooner than the current approach. For example, enhanced track cleaning and maintenance programs, construct additional emergency exits and first responder entrances, and make rail cars more fire resistant. Also, Chairman Loder's plan to ban eating on trains is worth considering. In conclusion, reject item 4i and support cost-effective solutions to make all passengers safer sooner. Don't waste money on ventilation plants.
Thank you, Mr. Podwell. Rita Turi, then Josephine Mariniti, and then Joanna Klemenko. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rita Turi, and I'm a Manhattan resident. I speak against action item 4i, ventilation plant, FEIS. I'm opposed because it will take too long before a ventilation plant can improve passenger safety. There are 252 unventilated sections of subway tunnels. The MTA's track record of providing about one new plant every year means 20 years from now, over 80% of the tunnels still will not be ventilated. That's no way to enhance passenger safety, my safety. Instead, make a better effort to keep tracks and trains free of trash. Also, add more entrances for responders and emergency exits. Both of these approaches are much more economical than building ventilation plants. Further, they make all 252 tunnel sections safer and have fewer years. In conclusion, please don't authorize more ventilation plants. Save money with simpler, more practical solutions. Make travel safer for those of us who may not be able to ride the subway in 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where are we? Josephine Mariniti? How about Joanna Klemenko? Did I see a hand go up? Oh, good. Ms. Klemenko, great. To be followed by Masha Barina and then Elizabeth Perez. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Sydney and also ARC. I've been an accessoride passenger for over 8 years. I wear many hats. I'm a mind-body psychotherapist. I'm a dance movement therapist. I'm a professor. And my specialty in the area of social work is for people with disabilities. One of the things that I do is systems analysis in organizations. Dealing with Access-a-Ride for 8 years has been quite a mystifying process in terms of finding out where the snafus are. I started out with Access-a-Ride after I had back surgery. All of my injuries have come from doing dance therapy with wildly psychotic patients on stone floors for over 30 years. I had back surgery and tried to take a regular Access-a-Ride vehicle and was in excruciating pain. So I soon found out about the yellow taxi authorization program. Soon after that, there was the yellow taxi debit card program, which changed the quality of my life and many other people's lives. It was instated when a New York Times reporter followed a woman on Access-a-Ride for a week and talked about what the problems were. And at the end of the article said, an average Access-a-Ride ride costs $66. When was the last time you took a taxi that cost $66? A month later, Mayor Bloomberg instated the yellow taxi debit card program, which was a very efficient, respectful way of giving Access-a-Ride passengers access to taking taxis. The program that I'm working with now is the e-hail program. It's an extraordinary program for people who can use taxis, and there are many accessible kinds of taxis. The problem is that dealing with the e-hail program and scheduling rides can sometimes take over an hour and a half, because when I call to schedule my rides, I get told by numerous operators, oh no, that program has been suspended. And I say, excuse me, I just got out of an e-hail taxi, the program hasn't been suspended. The coordination of the program is going on through Verifone, which is phone banks in India and Ecuador.
I'm sorry, Ms. Klonenko, but I am going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. What I want to say is there needs to be a really conclusive and efficient way of running this pilot program, because it's an extraordinary alternative to regular Access-a-Ride, and it can be handled. It can handle almost all of the passengers who are serviced by Access-a-Ride. So I really would like to ask that that program be focused on in a very concerted way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more try. Josephine Mariniti? No? Then Masha Barina. Yep.
Morning, almost afternoon. My name is Masha Barina, and I'm a senior organizer at the Riders Alliance. We're a grassroots organization of bus and subway riders fighting for more accessible and equitable transit system. So yesterday's moving forward announcement to fix the most frequent causes of delays and breakdowns and invest in solutions through accelerated maintenance on tracks, subway cars, better communications with riders are all very laudable commitments, and we hope that they will bring meaningful relief to what feels like escalating chaos underground. But there's one question, and that's how can we really set ourselves up for success? And you all know, and certainly more and more riders are attuned to this, that we need a modern signaling system so that our trains can communicate with one another. We also need new modern subway cars. But riders also know that meaningful investments in long-term solutions are not free. And as the chairman estimated yesterday, the plan could cost anywhere of upwards of $8 billion. So after decades of underinvestment that have led to the state that we're in today, we know that long-term vision is essential. And to get there, we have to start having an honest conversation about the revenue source, rather than a promise that the funds will arrive at some point in the future. And really, this is where Governor Cuomo, again, has to play a key role. Not only does he have oversight over the agency, but he is central to defining the state budget and legislative process that funds the MTA and even outlines some of its rules. So millions of transit riders are really looking to you all, and particularly Governor Cuomo's leadership, and not just demand changes from the agency to create long-term source of funding that will set the MTA on a path to recovery, but we hope that you will urge him to identify a sustainable source of funding and really a fair way to raise revenue for all of the work that lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll also add that Elizabeth Perez had to step out to go to work, so she won't be speaking next.
Thank you very much for that note. Roy Strickland, and then Bill Henderson, and then Rachel Brown. Mr. Strickland, good morning.
Morning, and thank you for opening up this conversation. I appear against the Lexington Avenue ventilation project on Park Avenue. To give my comments context, I'm a professor of urban design. I worked years ago with various city agencies to renovate and restore Union Square and Bryant Park that set off billions of dollars of investment in the surroundings. And I'm a lifelong New Yorker and Murray Hill resident. The first objective of transportation planning is to mix various forms of transportation, buses, trains, and most importantly, people on foot and people in wheelchairs. This section of Park Avenue is a prime example of successful mixing of forms of transportation. With its wide sidewalks and trees, it makes a really pleasant environment, I would say splendid environment for pedestrians. And you see them in the many thousands, tourists, New Yorkers, commuters, walking back and forth on Park Avenue in the vicinity of the project every day and into the weekend. The destruction of 10 trees and the removal of 25% of the trees on that side of Park Avenue in Murray Hill, the introduction of grates that will impede on pedestrian circulation on the sidewalks deeply compromises the splendid example of mixed transportation systems. I ask you to reconsider this project in light of the alternative proposals that my neighbors have raised and put the money to use where it can sustain this mixture of transportation systems. Don't ruin Park Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Bill Henderson, and then Rachel Brown, and then Adam Payne.
Morning. I think it's still morning. I'm Bill Henderson, Executive Director of the PCAC, Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee at MTA. I want to congratulate the chairman and NYC Transit on releasing the subway action plan. I want to briefly address several issues with it this morning. First, the additional employees in the plan are critical to addressing demands on the system that grew rapidly even as staffing stagnated or declined. The emphasis on training in the plan is also valuable. We believe, though, that the MTA must face the need for effective supervision and management. Over the last decade and more, the MTA has lost a wealth of experience and institutional knowledge, and as the stagnation of salaries and supervisory ranks led qualified individuals to decline opportunities to move into leadership, we really have a vacuum there. We're also enthusiastic about the emphasis on communication in the plan. Countdown clocks show that better information makes for a better passenger experience. We applaud the move away from generic pre-recorded onboard excuses towards more detailed information about what's actually happening in subways. Riders would rather have the best information available than for conductors and announcers to remain silent or retreat to the safety of generic announcements. PCAC looks forward to the development of a performance dashboard. Unfortunately, we don't believe the metrics that you use currently are up to the task. Terminal on-time performance doesn't tell most riders what they think it does, and while it's a strong internal analytical tool, most riders have no idea what to conclude from weight assessment statistics. We believe that relevant statistics such as interim on-time performance and excess travel time can provide riders with more meaningful information if they're provided in a dynamic dashboard that allows these indicators to be tracked over the periods of time and services of a user's choosing. Finally, I want to address the cost of these initiatives. It's no surprise that this is going to cost money. More work and more effort usually does. But addressing these additional costs upfront is preferable to the familiar practice of shifting resources to other areas in the organization, only to find that the donor areas soon experience problems of their own. The state and city are being asked to make a substantial investment, but they have to consider the fact that we're already paying in terms of missed appointments, lost family time, foregone wages, additional child care costs, and the frustrations and stress that result from subway delays. We urge the city and the state to consider these costs and provide the resources necessary to stabilize and modernize the subway system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Rachel Brown, then Adam Payne, then Lee Rogers. Good morning. Or Rochelle Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Brown. I'm also here to speak on the issue of removing alcohol advertisement from the subway. I'm also a member of the New York Recovery Community Coalition, and I do a lot of work in the recovery community. Also, for the last 15 years of my life or so, I also work and have a passion for youth development. And I work for various non-for-profit community-based organizations with young people in many capacities. Even in my most recent employment, it's sometimes before, even in my most recent employment experiences, I'm working with a young person, before they even have their first meal, they have their first alcoholic beverage. And it's really, really sad to see. And by even noon, they're unable to function and resume with the rest of the day in a productive manner. I've sat in AA meetings and spoken to older gentlemen some of who look similar to you, and had conversations how it took them 37 years to get their life back in track as a result of alcohol. I don't want that to be the fate of our young people in the future. We all know that certain areas and certain communities are targeted, but over 600,000 young people ride the subway daily, and they see this advertisement, and it's very, very impressionable, and it affects and impacts them more than we even know. I think we glorify and normalize alcohol, and we don't show the repercussion and the damaging effects that it has on all people, not just young people. But I think one way we can begin to minimize the impact that alcohol has and begin to combat all the negative outcomes that alcohol has in our communities is by removing advertisement from the subways and the public transit systems. I think that's very important, and our young people deserve a fair chance to a healthy, productive life. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Payne, Adam Payne, thank you for waiting.
One last thing. Yes. On behalf of Building Alcohol Ad-Free Transit, I know we took up a lot of your time today discussing removing the removal of alcohol advertisement from public transit system, but I hope we can work together to move forward on this issue so we won't have to take up so much of your time in the future. I think there's something easy we can tackle, and I think there are other ways that you guys can find funding in regards to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Payne, and then Lee Rogers.
Good day. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Adam Payne. I'm here on behalf of We the Commuters, a project from WNYC. In the past 2 weeks, WNYC has received over 300 comments from riders and over 2,100 tweets about the MTA. First, a small bit about me. I have a taxi eye, neuromuscular disease. I'm also an athlete, a rock climber. So I can get around pretty quickly on 2 wheels. Although I rely on accessible transportation and I often find station elevators that are out of service. One thing the MTA can do is put workers in stations where elevators are broken to help customers and redirect them with good information. Now, some comments from We the Commuters. Nearly 100 comments or about reliability and signal delays. The main question is, what are you going to do to resolve signal problems? And also with the cosmetic changes, we need real results. Give us more reliable service. The committers also demand better communication, both to inform customers in real time about disruptions and to receive information from riders. Many riders said they do not trust the announcements they receive from the MTA. How will you address riders' distrust and improve communications? Lastly, many communities have concrete proposals and requests, like send the G train further into Queens, create a direct route between Brooklyn and Queens, and add more ferries and buses to alleviate subway traffic. I have brought all 300 comments for you to read. I submitted this to the board when it came in. And I urge you to check out the hashtag We the Committers on Twitter, because that's the only way that you'll find the other 2,100 things. You'll see daily complaints, concerns, and questions from riders, and we want answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Thanks for bringing everyone's comments. Lee Rogers, and then I apologize to the next speaker. I can't quite read it here, but it looks like Whitney Mare. Anyway, first Lee Rogers.
Hi, thank you.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Thank you for all the speakers that have gone before. When you speak late in the game, a lot of what you want to say has been said. And the speakers have such a personal investment, as do I. So I'm going to make this personal and say that I'm afraid to ride the subway. You have heard from some people about the dangers, and I ride the A line, where 2 of the track derailments took place. I would like to ask a few questions of the board and of the governor and the mayor who aren't here. Are you afraid to ride the subway? Do you ride the subway? Some of you are shaking your heads. That's very encouraging. Do you ride them every day like a lot of us do? Good, that's great. I love to see that. For those of you who don't, and I'm going to bet that it's got to be the governor and the mayor. I'm not talking about photo ops. I implore you to take the subway for the next month and give yourself a timeline of where you're trying to get to. No photo ops. Do it for yourselves. Do it for all the people sitting here and all the people who weren't able to be here today. Keep a rider's diary, and then schedule an emergency meeting in August, because this is an emergency. Please. And then give us a report. Get up here personally. Put some skin in the game. Put your personal testimonies up here and tell me then if you feel safe to ride the subway. There's a lot of anxiety that riding the subway produces. Anxiety is not good for anyone's health, right? And it's also dangerous. So please put your money where your mouth is, or put your personal experience where your mouths are, and ride the subway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whitney, till I hear otherwise, Mare? I apologize. Thank you. To be followed by Dimitri Dement. Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Whitney Moore, and I'm a student entrepreneur at NYU. Over 9 million people live in New York City, and the majority of them depend on MTA to get from points A to B on a daily basis. 87% of MTA riders have missed their train ride because they were adding money to their MetroCard. Riders, don't you wish that there was an app that provided real-time information regarding your MetroCard's balance, transfer time, and gave you the ability to add value to your MetroCard in your convenience of time? Well, I'm currently developing an app that does just that. My name is Whitney Moore, and I'm looking forward to having a meeting with MTA and discussing the reality of this app. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Dimitri Dement, to be followed by Joanne Vanek. And then Andrew Rivas. Dimitri Dement? Yes? Good morning? Afternoon, sorry. Oh. Oh, wow. He's Andrea Rivas. That means we skipped a couple.
Mi nombre es Amador Rivas. Soy miembro de Se Hace Camino en Nueva York. Y estoy aquí porque vivo en Manhattan por más de 15 años. Y en los últimos años, sobre todo en el último, he visto que el sistema de transporte es un desastre. Nuestra comunidad depende de los trenes para ir al trabajo, llevar a sus hijos a las escuelas y para mucho más. Pero en el último año, aparte del aumento de la Metrocar, he visto más y más problemas en los trenes, sobre todo demoras y más demoras. Por cierto, que venía a una protesta que había frente a este edificio, cogí el tren en la 125, el tren 4, que es express, a las 8:05, 8:10, y llegué tarde porque el tren se demoró mucho para llegar aquí a Bowling Green. Y es un tren express que duró más de 45 minutos para llegar a Bowling Green. Es un desastre. No es justo y exigimos mejor servicio. Y la responsabilidad cae en la MTA y el gobernador Cuomo, que es quien la controla. Ya es hora de parar los juegos políticos. Ya es hora de reconstruir y de cambiar, no de reformar. Es hora de que el gobernador Cuomo haga lo que tiene que hacer, financiar las mejoras que necesita nuestro sistema de transporte, y si hay que aumentar los impuestos a los ricos, hágalo. Ya es hora que se pague una cuota por cada uno. Sí se puede, tenemos que luchar.
Thank you very much. I've lost control here. Do I have Joanne Vanek? Okay, thank you. How about Dimitri Dement? While we're checking. No? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Vanek, good afternoon.
Joanne Vanek, a long-term resident of Manhattan. I am here to support my colleagues who have spoken against the Park Avenue Emergency Ventilation Project. The New York subway system, once a premier system, has become distressing, as Chairman Lahota said yesterday. It is efficient, unreliable, dirty, and dangerous. This is the result of decades of poor planning, limited funding, and poor use of existing resources. The Park Avenue Emergency Ventilation Project is a case in point. Had it been a real priority, it would have been included in the East Side Access Project and done a lot more efficiently. Now it has been resurrected from a 23-year-old study as a one-shot effort and not as a comprehensive effort to meet the needs of today. As such, it is a waste of millions of dollars and another example of poor planning and use of funds by the MTA that has permeated the organization for decades. It may be a small matter in the overall funding of the MTA, but it should not be ignored. It should not be approved.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Vanek. William Rauterbush. And then, is Councilman Rodriguez here? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought this was a bird. Okay, I already got him. Christopher Bell. I thought it was Assemblyman Rodriguez. I apologize. William Rauterbush and then Christopher Bell, I think, is what we have here.
The New York City subway system is the living, beating heart of our fair city. Make no mistake about it. Everything that we do in this city, our economic engine is reliant on the subway system. When Andrew Cuomo tries to pretend that he is not in charge of this organization, it is a bald-faced lie. Andrew Cuomo is fully in control of this organization. Now, it's easy to beat up on the government. It's easy to come up here and do things like this. And I want to be the first one to congratulate him when he fully funds modernization of signals, when he funds our subway system for the future, and when he does the patient task of not doing these fancy projects that give him the limelight, but does the patient, long-term governing of thinking 15, 20, 30 years into the future. I agree with one of my colleagues when he earlier said that it's not just the delays, which, by the way, across the board are up tremendously. Our subway system since 2011 has been severely delayed as far as on-time performance goes. It's not just that, it's the daily indignities. Now, personally, if I have to get to a job on time, if I absolutely have to be there, I allow myself a full hour. That gives me enough time to bail out and take a cab, and even that may be precarious because the city, on our level, we haven't done our job as far as taking care of traffic and the things that we need to take care of. That's on us. But what's on Andrew Cuomo is the state of this system. Now, to put in perspective the debt, because I know a lot of numbers get thrown around, it's easy to do that. In the next 7 years, we'll be up to $43 billion in debt with the MTA. That is half of the annual New York City budget. Wrap your heads around that. The fare hikes, they're already coming because we've raised the debt. Misery, that is a foregone conclusion. No more capital programs until we can get this thing under control. No more debt. And if you want to know where this money's going to come from, I've got an idea. Maybe the excess of $4 billion a year New York City residents pay that they don't see back. It's probably in a bridge in Buffalo somewhere. I don't know. My name is William Brownbush, and I'm also running for City Council District 6 on the Upper West Side. You know, I know a thing or two about chutzpah because I live on the Upper West Side, but this Andrew Cuomo claiming it's not his subway, that takes chutzpah.
Thank you, Mr. Roudebush. Christopher Bell, and then Timothy Woodall.
Thank you very much.
If I read it correctly.
I represent the Office of Congressman Adrian Espaillat, so I won't read the whole statement. I can have a statement, and I'll be happy to give it to you afterwards if it's okay. Okay. Dear Chairman Loda, I want to congratulate you on your recent appointment by Governor Cuomo to serve as Chairman of the Metropolitan Transit Authority. And for historical purposes, Chairman Loda, welcome back because you were here before, I believe in 2013. Your experience leading the MTA is much needed as we work to improve a subway system that is in crisis, with track derailments and fires, poor elevator service, and frequent delays, negatively affecting the lives of my constituents. I look forward to working with you to ensure strap hangers in East Harlem, Upper Manhattan, the Northwest Bronx, and throughout the city of New York have a subway system that can rely upon and be proud of. This past Saturday, I organized a community forum to hear from transportation experts and commuters on how to improve a subway system that is not working for working-class New Yorkers. The subway system is the lifeblood of our city's economy, providing transportation for millions of New Yorkers who are wholly reliant on subways for their daily commuters to work and ability to traverse the city we all know and love. I deeply regret that you or your representatives from your agency weren't able to attend Saturday's discussion. I want to take this opportunity to make you aware of conversations that I have had with my constituents prior to, during, and after the event, which range from a series of complaints and a variety of suggestions that the MTA should consider when working to resolve the city's subway crisis once and for all. And I will go to the last page. Funding priorities. Constituents and advocates have raised questions on how the MTA is spending funds. While New Yorkers support the usage of funds to make sure the trains run on time and expanding subway lines into communities with limited transit options, such as the 2nd Avenue L subway, there have been significant financial investments made in less essential projects. With significant challenges facing MTA, we must all work together to achieve these goals. New Yorkers are not looking to place blame, we just want results. As you work to implement the New York City Subway Action Plan, please take the needs of my constituents into account. As we witnessed during Saturday's discussion on our transit issues, New Yorkers are eager to have a better commute because at the end of the day, these issues affect them the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Timothy Woodall, you still with us? No? In that case, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. I will keep my remarks brief at the beginning here, but let me first start by saying I want to start and acknowledge and thank Freddie Ferrer for stepping up to the plate one more time for being acting chair, especially over the last 5 months. I know being chair, as you well know, is a very demanding job, time and energy that's necessary to do it. And I know you know this because you've had to do this before, so I'm glad I'm back here to help get you out of this position at this time. You know, the last time you did it, it was for me, but I'm a baseball fan, and the Baseball Almanac lists Ed Kranepool's 1974 season with the amazing Mets as the best performance ever by a New York pinch hitter. I think you've got him beat, no question about it. So I want to thank you. So Freddie, on behalf of thank you. On behalf of Ronnie and the executive staff and all of the workers here at the MTA, I want to thank you, and we appreciate your work and everything that you do for the MTA. So thank you very much. About myself coming back, I think it's great to be back. I'm honored for this opportunity to make a difference and to transform the way we do business and to provide the service that our customers need. As you know, yesterday I unveiled a new plan with the staff to stabilize and improve the New York City subway system. I won't go into details on that since many of you were here, and it's all listed in many of the newspapers today. But I will tell you, I think it's important that we make the changes necessary to the subway system as well as to our entire organization, organizationally and how it makes decisions, because all of our 8.7 million New Yorkers who rely on us each and every day deserve to get the best possible system that they can have. Later on today, we're going to have a presentation by the CFO here, Bob Ferran. It's that time of the year when we do the mid-year update for the current budget that we're in, and we put forward a very preliminary budget for the following next fiscal year, which begins in January. Bob Ferran will be doing that later in the meeting, and for sake of time, I'll let Bob go through the details on all of that. And finally today, I'd like to recognize a longtime MTA family member who is retiring after a remarkable nearly 20-year career with the MTA. Joe Giletti returned to the MTA as president of Metro North about a year after I left, and just a few days upon me returning. Sadly, I've not had an opportunity to work with him. But this is what I know about Joe Giletti. He has a reputation that is absolutely stellar. I knew about it when I was here once before, and I'm going to continue to call on Joe in his retirement. Joe couldn't be here today, but when people talk about him, everybody considers him a class act. It comes up over and over again. He has been generous to everyone here, and as I said, I'm going to call upon him for that. On a professional level, he has been responsible for what might be the greatest turnaround in any railroad in the history of this country. His vision, he put safety, not statistics, first, while focusing on the basics of really good railroading, operating a safe, reliable service on a daily basis, and it worked. Under his leadership, Metro North became the first commuter railroad in the country to fully implement the confidential close call reporting system, and the first agency to conduct the sleep apnea testing on all 434 Metro North locomotive engineers. He rebuilt and restructured Metro North's safety department and helped create an enhanced employee protection system, which is now the industry-leading tool providing enhanced safety protection for employees working on or near the tracks. And perhaps most importantly, he led the effort to rebuild Metro North's infrastructure. During his tenure, Metro North rebuilt miles and miles of railroad, and they did it during off-peak hours and weekends to minimize the impact on its customers. The work repaired far more than Metro North's infrastructure. It also restored the railroad's reputation for reliability and high-quality service. I could go on and on and on, but in the interest of time, let me just say this directly to Joe, who I hope is watching us. And I believe he was watching us, but it's very likely that he may have stepped away, which wouldn't surprise me. Joe, I want to thank you for your dedication, for your commitment, for your wisdom, and for your leadership. Thank you for your service. You will be missed, and I will definitely call upon you. The minutes of the June board meeting have been distributed to all the members. Are there any corrections, omissions, edits?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The minutes indicate that I was to be confirmed by the Senate in July, whereas in fact I was confirmed by the Senate in June, which perhaps illuminates why I was unable or not permitted to vote at the June meeting because of that confusion. So I would ask that the minutes be corrected, and happy to be able to vote today. I feel like an 18-year-old casting my first vote, so thank you.
Carl, thank you. Welcome.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to working with you, and we'll make that change, and the Secretary has already noted that. Are there any other changes? Is there a motion to approve? Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved. The Finance Committee is the first report. Commissioner Schwartz, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance Committee met on Monday, and I report on the following. There are 12 competitive procurement actions this month totaling $229.5 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
Opposed? Motions all carry.
There are no non-competitive procurements, and there are no ratifications. There are 6 real estate action items which are described on pages 56 through 76 in the board book distributed for this meeting. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Do you have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
This concludes the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. Now we'll have the report of the Transit Committee from its chair, Vice Chairman Ferrer. Before I ask Mr. Ferrer to talk, I'd like to move a motion to defer action item number 1 regarding the Lexington Avenue Subway Emergency Ventilation Plan until the next meeting so that I have an opportunity to review it.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I want to thank you and my colleagues for the generosity of your remarks and reaction. There are 8 procurement actions this month, and the total amount is $74.1 million. There are 2 non-competitive procurements totaling $16.5 million. New York City Transit, described on pages 95 through 98 of the board book. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
There are 4 competitive procurements totaling $55.4 million for New York City Transit, described on pages 99 through 108 of the board book. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
I'm second. Is there any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are 2 ratifications for MTA capital construction totaling $2.2 million, described on pages 109 through 111 of the board book. The committee recommends these ratifications, and I move them.
We have seconded. Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that concludes the Transit and Bus Committee report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now for the report from the Metro North Railroad Committee, Dr. Metzger.
First, let me thank you for the kind words about our retiring president. We had, the members of Metro North had hoped to see him today because we each had comments and ways to say goodbye. He had a profoundly positive influence over the railroad. It was innovative while he was here and will continue to be innovative as you lean on him.
I will do my best to see if he can come back for the September meeting to get the appropriate accolades that he deserves.
Well, he has indicated that he's hoping to do that, so that would be wonderful if you'd add a little extra pressure. The Metro North Railroad Committee met on Monday, and I report the following. There are 2 procurement items in the total amount of $9.7 million. There is 1 non-competitive procurement in the amount of $1 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There is one competitive procurement in the amount of $8.75 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are no ratifications, and this concludes the report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Metzger. Now on to the Long Island Railroad Committee report. This is given by Commissioner Pally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Long Island Railroad Committee met on Monday, and I report the following. There is one action item this month for board approval. The action item requests board approval for the Moynihan Phase 1 funding agreement and the New York State Power Authority Energy Services Program Agreement. The committee recommends this action item, and I move it.
Are there any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
There are two procurements for MTA capital construction totaling $2.9 million. There is one competitive procurement in the amount of $884,000. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
Second. Item's been seconded. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There is one ratification in the amount of $2 million. The committee recommends this ratification, and I move it.
Item's been seconded. Any questions or comments? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
This concludes the Long Island Railroad report.
And now our last committee report is from Bridges and Tunnels. Board Member Commissioner Merdler.
Mr. Chairman, the Bridges and Tunnels Committee met on Monday, and I report the following. There are 5 procurement actions this month totaling $36.8 million. There is one non-competitive procurement in the amount of $23 million. The committee recommends this procurement, and I move it.
Do we have a second? Item's been seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
There are four competitive procurements in the amount of $13.8 million. The committee recommends these procurements, and I move them.
Item has been seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
There are no ratifications. This concludes the Bridges and Tunnels Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Merdler. And now I turn the floor over to the Chief Financial Officer, Bob Ferran, for the presentation to the joint session of both the MTA Board and the Finance Committee. The presentation is relatively short, so for sake of timing, let Bob go through it, and then we'll be able to ask him all the questions that we possibly can. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have all received electronically Volume 1 and Volume 2 of our July plan. You also have received hard copy of this. The July plan, as the Chairman said, revises a forecast of the current year's financial results. It also provides a preliminary proposed budget for 2018 and proposed revised forecast for 19, 20, and 21. It also includes certain gap closing proposals that we have. Now, no action is required of the board today on this. This is for your information. We will use this as the basis for reporting back to the board and finance committee throughout the balance of the year. In November, we will present a proposed budget for 2018 and again, revised forecast. In December, you will be presented with the budget and that you will vote on. We elicit your input through this process, but again, no action is required today. Now, as you know, we maintain our books and records according to generally accepted accounting principles. However, by statute, we're required to operate on a self-sustaining basis, which has been interpreted to say a cash basis, meaning we can take cash balances at the end of the year if our revenues are higher than our operating expenses and use it in the next year to offset expenses that may be higher than our revenues. So let's start with where we were in February. In February, we were projecting break-even cash balances through 2019 with a deficit of $372 million in 2020. So again, as you see, we were projected in 2017 a $24 million cash balance, excess of revenues over expenses. That rolls over, it was projected into 2018 to have a $27 million balance, which rolled over into 2019, where our expenses were slightly higher than the cash available to give us basically a break-even or a $7 million balance, and then projecting a $372 million deficit in 2020. Now, this is typical of the financial profile that we've seen in years past. We have short-term close balances and out-year deficits. And as you'll see later, through cost-cutting measures and other things that we do, we address those out-year deficits and bring them down. So what has changed since the February plan? Well, we've had changes in re-estimates, which worsen the financial results over the plan period. And again, I'm talking about between 2017 and 2020. We have lower real estate revenues projected, primarily the real property transfer tax. We're projecting about $792 million less over this plan period, 2017 to 2020. We have lower fare box and toll revenues projected, $132 million during that period. But certain changes in re-estimates that are more favorable. Lower energy cost, $183, lower debt service, $158, higher payroll mobility taxes, $138, lower health insurance cost, $112, and lower health and welfare cost, about $99 million. Additionally, the state gave us an appropriation this year of $65 million in the budget for capital, which enables us to take that money that we had for pay-as-you-go in our operating budget and put it back into operations. In total, when you take these re-estimates and other changes, the financial plan is $385 million lower in financial results, or worse off. So what are the highlights of the 2018 to 21 July financial plan? Well, first of all, as we have projected in the past, we're continuing to look for biennial fare and toll increases in 19 and 21 now of roughly 4%. That's the equivalent of 2% a year. That's less than the inflation rate. As you know, we also continue to set savings targets for ourselves. We believe that we have to continue to try to reduce our operating expenses and reduce other costs so that we can keep the pressure off the fares so that we have money that are available for other investments in O&M and also for debt service. And so we have set targets at the February plan that were $716 million that we didn't know where the savings were going to come from. Okay, we call them unidentified savings targets. But since the February plan, we have identified and in many cases implemented savings cost reduction programs to achieve that amount. So almost a little more than 50% of those unidentified saving targets in the February plan have now been identified, and we're working to implement them. The July plan also adds an additional $484 million into maintenance and other areas to improve operations and enhance the customer experience during this period. And we've added another $90 million during the plan period for safety and for security. And we're funding $100 million additional monies for the amended 2015-2019 capital program. Now, because of that $385 million reduction in resources that I talked about on the prior chart, the two prior charts, but the additions that we're putting into the plan, we're having to take certain actions to accommodate all of that. And the first thing that we're doing is we are increasing our savings targets by $150 million next year, 2018, and then increasing them by another $50 million every year so that by the time we get to 2021, we're increasing our targets by $300 million. That takes the total annual recurring savings that we're trying to achieve since 2010 to $2.3 billion in 2021. For reference, we ended up 2016 achieving over almost $1.6 billion of annually recurring savings. We're assuming the restoration of the payroll mobility replacement funds of $65 million a year over the plan period. We're using funds that are in the Bridge and Tunnel Necessary Reconstruction Fund. That's monies that we set aside from Bridge and Tunnel operating revenues to put aside to restore or replace any damage to the tri-borough facilities or the bridge and tunnel facilities that might be necessary in the event we can't access the capital markets. It's an important point. We have about $450 million in that. We're going to take $150 million of that over the plan period and use that for capital that we otherwise would fund right out of operations. So that means that we'll have additional funds flowing down in surplus. We have a general reserve equal to 1% of our budget every year. That's $155 million this year. That reserve is to offset a reduction in expenses, or excuse me, a reduction in revenues, unexpected expenses over budget, or to just handle any other uncertainty that is realized. We are taking about $135 million of that, and about half of that is going to be going to offset this results of operation. About $58 million of that is going to be applied to the Amtrak Penn Station emergency mitigation cost. We will continue to seek reimbursement, but we didn't want to hit the operating budget for those mitigation costs. So we're using the reserve fund, which again is what the reserve fund is for. That will leave us about $20 million left in our reserve. And we have certain reserves that we had set aside for retiree health care deposits into a reserve fund that we are not required to do, but we've set the money aside, and we're just going to discontinue those for the next few years, and that'll save us about $59 million. So let's look at the February plan and then compare that to where we are with the July plan. So you can see the hashed bars are the February plan. Those were results that we last saw. That's the basis for our budget this year. The solid bars are the proposed July plan. So you can see, basically, we went from a $24 million down to break even in 17, about the same in 2018, an improvement in 2019, a significant reduction in the deficit in 2020, but an out-year deficit of 493. So the bottom line is we're continuing on a kind of a break even in the near term. We've reduced the 2020 deficit, but we're still going to have to address this 2021 deficit. And I just say again, it's the same profile that we've seen whenever we've presented the financial plans. Now, the chairman yesterday presented a plan to stabilize and improve the subway system. And it was an ambitious plan, but it's a plan that was well thought out. And he mentioned yesterday that we're not just starting from a standstill on those types of things. No, a number of the things that were in his plan, we've already built in to the financial plan. And we have $484 million in this plan for maintenance and operation and customer experience over the period. And the first point in New York City, $281 million additional investment. And there's $90 million that's going in to address track and signal delays, improved emergency crew response, reduce station repair and subway crowding, utilize fleet failure performance statistics, and replace or repair failing subway car components. A number of the things you heard in yesterday's presentation. But those are in addition to what's being spent here. So it's a significant improvement. Track defect reduction, service support, platform budget adjustments, fleet components being repaired and maintained, and also the clean and maintain track infrastructure. We're doubling the Operation Track Sweep in this financial plan, and we will be purchasing 10 more mobile track vacuums. Long Island Railroad, $89 million of improvements over the plan period for infrastructure and critical fleet component repair and replacement. Metro North, $161 million, again for the same type of categories. MTA Bus, $24 million over the plan period. Bridges and Tunnels, $23 million over the plan period. And this is also for something that I know people are concerned about. It's to implement a fixed and mobile license plate recognition system to help enforce the toll violation collection and open road toll marketing. There's $90 million in safety and security investments at headquarters, MTA headquarters. It supports high priority safety and security needs, including the employee sleep apnea testing, MTA PD radio project, and the establishment of steady replacement cycle for the police vehicles. New York City and MTA Bus with new safety initiatives, including the installation on onboard cameras, bus cameras, and pedestrian turn warning system and collision warning system. Metro North, a remote monitoring system for bridges prone to be struck by vehicles, will continue to perform mobile drug testing for maintenance of way employees and obstructive sleep apnea testing on all conductors or those in other safety-sensitive titles, and support video onboard camera programs. And a similar thing with Long Island Railroad. Now, the 300, again, we had $716 million of unidentified savings targets in the February plan. And that's reflected in 2017, 18, 19, and 20 by the height of those bars, okay? So the height of the bars were the unidentified savings targets that we had during those years. Since the February plan, we've identified savings targets, and those are demonstrated with this hashed bars. So the unidentified in 2017, we've identified and are in the process of implementing. And so you can see the challenge before us is $77 million additional in 18, 124 in 19, 220, and 221. And again, we really believe that these cost savings initiatives are critically important because, again, it helps relieve the pressure on the fares. It demonstrates to our funding partners that we are doing what we can do to minimize our cost and not put pressure on them for subsidies that we don't need if we could just tighten our belt and do things in an efficient manner. But at the same time, the cost-cutting targets are not to affect our operating performance, they're not to affect safety, they're not to affect security, and they're not to affect service that is needed. So we are limited what we can go after, but we believe that we can hit these targets. And we're comfortable enough that, as you can see on the next page, as we said earlier, we've increased the savings targets. So the dark blue at the bottom of 18, 19, 20, and 21 shows the additional targets that we are putting in place to achieve these numbers. Now, on slide 13, since 2010, when we were responding to the first crisis, when we saw almost a $1.4 billion drop-off in our annual revenues over a 2-year period, we've started to do this process of ever-increasing savings targets and trying to hit them. And what you can see here is by the different colored lines, the savings targets that we had for the current and out years in each of our November plan periods, and at the top blue for the July plan right now. And the solid lines are the results of our efforts. And what you can see is that we have achieved our targets in each of these years going forward. And so we know they're achievable. We're going to continue to keep the pressure on to try to hit each of these targets. But again, it's just to demonstrate that we have not been complacent. We keep raising the targets with each plan. So to summarize again, here's where we are. Again, break even through 2018, favorable in 2019 that goes over to reduce the deficit in 2020 significantly, and then an out-year deficit of 493 in 2021. I always want to remind everyone that those numbers reflect certain actions that we want to take or are going to recommend that the board take. And the first is the savings targets. If we don't hit the savings targets that we've identified here, you can see what happens to the deficits. The red bar deepens significantly, it increases. And the deficits will occur earlier and they'll be larger. The next point is if we don't put in place inflation tracking fares and tolls, again, we're built into our forecast 4% every other year in 19 and 21. That again is a forecast. The board would have to have public hearings, the board would have to vote on it. But if we don't have fare and toll increases of a comparable amount, you can see how the deficits just balloon out. So again, I put that before you. As we'll now look to the next page, that's probably one of our biggest challenges. It's to put in place biennial fare and toll increases, something that our customers can look for regularly, but that are inflation tied, close to it, so we can try to keep the fare and toll increases as low as possible. But the achieved efficiencies and consolidations have to be met so that we can achieve these savings. We want to continue to fund customer experience and fund increased investments in maintenance and operations. The general economic conditions are such that we're not sure what will happen, but most of our revenues that we receive, one way or another, are affected by the economy. It's either the jobs or else, general economic conditions affecting business activity. Interest rates we expect to go up, and we do have a large capital program relying upon debt, among other contributions. But as interest rates go up, that will put pressure. I would say that we do build higher interest rates into our forecast. We're trying to be conservative, so we're not going to be surprised, but you just never know if interest rates go through the roof. And finally, we really do need to kind of continue this discipline that we have and that the board has granted staff to use non-recurring revenues, one-shots, if you will, lower than expected expenses to be applied in ways that give us recurring savings. In other words, if we get a one-shot revenue, put it into pay-as-you-go capital to avoid debt service and therefore have savings in the out years, or to put it into an underfunded pension plan so we can avoid extra cost in the future, but not to put it into a service that then we can't sustain. If we can't have a recurring benefit, we don't want to put it in a place where our customers are expecting something that we can't deliver. So that's the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Albert.
Bob, I appreciate the presentation. As usual, it's thorough, it's well thought out, and it's a good job. The savings that you have identified, can you give an example of where they might be, what kind of items we're talking about?
Sure. I'll give in these numbers right here, the first is health and medical rebid. We rebid our big medical plan. That was a significant savings. With NISHIP, we went through to determine who is receiving benefits, and do we have two employees who are married and both are on the family plan? If they're both on the family plan, we're overpaying for something there. On paratransit, we're shifting more. The emphasis more is to taxis or e-hails or voucher cabs. Again, we want to make sure, as we've heard, that we have responsive service providers, and we will continue to do that. But we think there'll be about a 5% shift from 26% of the users to about 31%, and there's savings there as opposed to just dedicated vehicles. Let's see. We're eliminating certain kind of overhead headquarters expenses on enterprise asset management that we don't need because the responsibilities are being shifted out to the agencies and saving money there. And there was a study that was required on hours of service for bus operators, how long they can be on shift, how much time they can spend between shifts, and we had made estimates there on what we thought would be necessary, but as we've gone through and done the studies and looked at it, we realized we can save hours there. So those are just some of the things.
Duplicative expenses that headquarters and the various agencies are providing, things like that, efficiencies.
Efficiencies.
Right? Are we also, I know that the MTA can't do it, but are we going to look to alternative funding sources? We were discussing things that can fund the MTA on an ongoing basis. Obviously, we still want our funding partners, but if there's something that we can come up with that we all agree ought to be done, some of us could push for it, a la the Move New York plan or, a 2-cent gas tax or something.
Yeah. I would say, from a staff standpoint, we're always agnostic as to where the money comes from. We hope it is going to be fair and equitably driven. We hope that it will be done in a way that meets good public policy. But we're agnostic where the revenues come from. I think our goal is if we can keep showing that we're cutting cost, then we can be credible in asking for more if we need it.
The reason I brought that up was, while I understand the obvious need for the fare and toll increases, as I say year after year, if you take these to their logical conclusion, at some point the fare will be $10 and tolls will be $50. And I'm not sure that that's sustainable, hence the need for an ongoing, predictable additional source of income somewhere. Thank you.
Commissioner Myrtle.
May I ask this following question? How much revenue do we derive from alcohol advertising?
We get about $2.6 million a year.
$2.6 million. At some appropriate point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to discuss this issue at greater length.
I agree, and we have an outstanding RFP right now rebidding our advertising, and we'll look at that in context because there are numerous transit agencies throughout the United States that have limited the advertising for alcohol-related products. Yes.
Bob, thanks a lot for a great report, and I think it's very important that you spent a lot of time and a lot of emphasis on discussing that we can't forget the responsibility of watching the finances, watching what we spend, and make sure that every dollar counts. And as you see, the budget becomes very perilous if we don't continue on that route. So I want to just address another point here, which I think is as important as the money we're spending, and that's the fact that the management of the MTA has not been, in my opinion, what it was years ago, and it's very distressing. I've been on this board since the 90s, having spent tremendous amount of time and effort to help make the MTA efficient, well-run, and responsive to our riders. That's why I'm so distressed about the current condition of the MTA. The situation is the worst I've seen in my tenure as a board member, which has been now over 20 years. We have had no full-time leadership here since February when Tom Prendergast resigned. And I really sincerely, and I mean this, appreciate what Joe's doing. I don't think he really needed this. He has a very good position and is in a point in his life where he doesn't need to come back to face what this organization faces now. But what we have is still a part-time chair who is not the CEO and not the executive director. The legislation to split the job has not been changed, and therefore we cannot have a full-time executive director. The board has had its oversight role and its independent authority basically stripped away, so it is currently a rubber stamp for the governor's policies. We have a governor who insists on micromanaging the MTA. The result is what you see now. We have constant confusion in direction, low morale, and the loss of many of our best employees. As the Westchester rep, what really worries me now is the Metro North situation. Metro North now has no professional full-time leader, and I'm afraid the improvements we have seen will be dissipated very quickly. It will not be easy with the situation of the MTA to find a professional willing to take the job. Now we are going to spend over $500 million on the TA. This is only part of the problem. The largest problem is the management of the system. The blame is being placed on our efficiency program instead of our management problems. We need a full-time CEO now, and the governor needs to let this professional and our board run the MTA. We need to be very careful how we spend our money. Good management is essential here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a couple of questions. One has to do with payment of our underfunded pension liabilities. We're continuing that in the next year, although we cut back on the health contribution.
The health contribution is additional monies that we're not required to put in.
Right.
Our pensions are being funded according to the actuarial requirement, and as you know, we put in a significant amount of additional for the Long Island Railroad closed plan that was way underfunded, and so that saved us money, but we're following the actuarially required contribution to pay off any unfunded liability. That continues.
And I was asking about the additional Long Island Railroad. We're still making that contribution?
Yes, we are.
Okay. The actions announced yesterday, they're in addition to everything in this budget, correct?
That's
the
correct.
budget doesn't include any of that. I just have, regarding the Long Island Railroad, there was some additional initiatives. One of them references positive train control, although in another book it says other actions regarding maintenance of the rolling stock, and I just wonder if the additional money is just for positive train control maintenance, or is there some money to boost our MDBF included in there to increase our maintenance effort?
I believe the money that's in there is associated with work we need to do in the Atlantic Tunnel to improve the communication through the tunnel that was not originally included as part of the project.
It says additional personnel to inspect and maintain rolling stock equipped with positive train control system. And in another thing it said including the positive train control system. I'm just wondering if there's some funding there, because I expressed my concern on Monday regarding the statistics for the Long Island Railroad. I mean, we have our problems at Penn Station, which is why I assumed the staff could a very high MDBF, as they pointed out, but that's why, because Long Island Railroad has certain challenges that other commuter railroads don't have. So to compensate, there's a high goal for MDBF that we're not currently meeting, and I'm just wondering if there's an effort here to try and achieve that high goal.
That is not associated with achieving the goal. I will tell you that yesterday I did see the June numbers, and they are much better. I will remind you, we've had 15 years in a row with increasing MDBF.
Yes, I know, and I congratulate you on that. I congratulate you on the high goal. And the necessity of it is really because of the way the railroad is structured and the way we have to depend on Penn Station, which causes an extremely high level of delays. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Reckler.
Bob, again, great report, and thank you for educating me as a new board member through this process. And so just to follow the point that this doesn't include the programs that were announced yesterday, so I guess the assumption is just for the purpose of at least this period, we're assuming state and city funding to make up that gap. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so again, I guess I would just, in following some of the comments that Andrew made, I would encourage the chairman to think about the sustainable funding sources longer term. Obviously, we're at a point of crisis right now, and so, I mean, this year we need to do what we got to do as quickly as possible to stop the bleeding, getting the system functioning. But I'd encourage you to work with the state, work with the city, work with business communities to see if we can come up with a way to sustain this more intensive level of maintenance and operation and services that we need. I will say, from the business community perspective, like our riders, I think there's a realization, as you noted yesterday, that for the vitality of this region, we need to invest in this system, and we need to have a system that's functioning and that's affordable for our ridership. And so just increasing fares isn't going to solve our problem, so we need to think more holistically, and again, with all our stakeholders to do so. The other point I would say, and we talked about savings and efficiency in the plan yesterday, which I thought, again, excellent plan that the chairman laid out to address the issues of hiring about 2,700 more people, which I think is a necessity, particularly into the areas that were laid out yesterday. But I would encourage you at the same time to think about where we could use new technologies and new ways to innovate to actually reallocate some of our existing team members to areas that could be more effective to address some of the issues that you laid out yesterday, because I think it's critical that we're focused on that. I think one of the things that we constantly talk about is reinvesting in our system. I think we also need to talk about reinventing how we invest so we get the most out of it along the way, and to have a plan that is sustainable, Bob, in terms of the efficiencies that you laid out. And then just one caveat, just a little bit off, but it ties to this reinvesting. In the committee meetings, I think it was the Long Island Railroad Committee, East Side Access came up, and one of the things that concerned me from that meeting was a discussion about things falling potentially behind because of not having the resources from Amtrak, which rightfully, I guess, is focusing those resources on some of the challenges that we're having at Penn Station right now. I think it would be terrible for this agency to be in a situation where that 2022 date gets pushed back further. Right at the same time, we're actually asking to have more capital that we can invest. I think we need to demonstrate, as we did, I think, over this Penn Station outage, and as we did last year on getting the 2nd Avenue subway open, that we are going to have a sense of urgency, and that's not going to be business as usual. And generally, encourage you to do whatever you have to do to get the resources to stay on schedule, and whether that's working with Amtrak to do things that are different, in terms of if there's staffing issues. I know from some discussions I've had, there's places like Denver and Virginia where they actually have excess staff. Maybe we can relocate people from other parts of the country to make sure that we stay on schedule here. But have that sense of urgency, think outside the box, because I don't think we can afford to fail. And then my last point, going back to the plan, Chairman, I'd encourage you on this $8 billion component of capital. I know that you noted it would come in the 2020 plan. I'd encourage you to see about finding ways to accelerate that. And as you think about sustainable funding sources, think about sustainable funding sources that can actually address that element of the plan versus adding more debt to the agency.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are planning a meeting with our colleagues at Amtrak regarding the use of their resources separate from Penn Station, but over in Queens in the Yard, which has had a big impact on East Side Action, and an overall coordinating meeting with the CEO there and the incoming CEO. Commissioner Pally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, could you, obviously the 2020 and 2021 numbers are significantly different than the numbers beforehand. That's an understatement. Could you give us some idea of the assumptions you are making as to why those numbers balloon in those years?
Well, we have a number of programs that are coming on board. Again, if you think about the new projects that we're putting in place,
right,
staffing has to increase. So you're now seeing staffing for East Side Access going up, as well as Second Avenue Subway. So it's what you would expect. We're providing additional service, and if you're providing additional service, you're going to have staffing that increases and other maintenance costs. So as we do expansions, we'll expect to see this happen. Other than that, we're not seeing anything blowing the budget. We're seeing the same kind of more than inflation rates on certain things, healthcare costs and things like that.
Because, I mean, obviously, are we assuming a continued decline in real estate tax revenues?
Yeah,
or PMT tax revenues?
This basically takes us down $200 million. So our base has dropped $200 million, and then it's growing from that point. But I'm not saying that we're seeing declining. It's a drop in the base level, and then from there we're
seeing a drop in the base level now.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 17, and so I assume then any assumptions going forward are on a lower base rather than the higher base, and that affects the outgoing years.
That's it exactly.
Okay. I want to echo the comments of Commissioners Albert and Reckler. I've been here 12 years, and we tend to get into the same discussion every year to every year to every year. And I don't think we can do that anymore. I don't think we can do it here at MTA, and I don't think our customers can accept it anymore. And that's notwithstanding the plans of fixing the system, that what it's going to cost. I assume it's going to cost whatever it's going to cost, and we have to do that. But I think it is time now for us, our partners at the state, to review or reevaluate the every other year fare and toll discussion. I don't think that is sustainable. We talk about sustainable. I don't think that's sustainable anymore. And we have to come up with some mechanism or mechanisms to alleviate that concern. I know, we have managed over the years to reduce that number from the initial 8%, 7% down to 2% a year. We all understand that aspect of it. I don't think now, in the current climate, that is enough reduction. And I have been a fervent supporter of the Move New York plan or some other plan based on the Move New York plan. I think that is a fair and equitable way to provide everybody in the region paying their fair share of the operating costs of the agency again. And that may be one plan, there may be other plans. But I think it is incumbent upon us, senior leadership, and everyone that now we have 18 months until we implement the next plan. We need to use those 18 months to try to eliminate the implementation of the next plan, because I think it's going to be a very, very, very difficult sell, assuming we want to sell it in the first place, to be able to continue to increase fares and tolls at that level or any level going forward without significant changes in how we operate. So that's my concern. I understand
their importance. No one disagrees with the importance, and no one disagrees with the numbers. I think at the moment the disagreement may be about the policy itself and the process that we go through, and that is of concern to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mitch, reminding me of how the biennial increase came into being. The last time that we had a new revenue source, the PMT, the payroll mobility tax, part of that was the agreement between the state senate, the assembly, and the executive and the second floor, was that there would be, and for this, there would be a biennial increase. So I think, you know, what you're asking is to revisit that with also having another talk of that. And I will, you know, also remind everybody that it took an outside third-party commission to come to that decision. So we will think of various different ways to deal with this. And yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions or two comments, somewhat unrelated, I suspect. Bob, on more narrowly speaking, on the cost point that Commissioner Albert brought up, you have a limited amount of spend you can go after. You said yourself, this is an aggressive set of cost activities. You can't go after operating activities. The cost base that you can tackle, whether it's IT, health benefits, is narrow in scope. At what point do you get a sense we are going to cut through the fat and start hitting the bone in terms of cost savings? And do you have a sense for where that is?
I think we're going to make it through this plan, achieving these cuts. What we have to do is we have to change people's thought process. It's not software that we need. It is getting people to change their business thinking and the business processes. We have different processes at different organizations. They are going after, they're ignoring, in some cases, things that we have paid for in an enterprise resource plan that is standardized, that's simplified, and we can save money by reallocating people to other areas because we no longer need them to do a redundant process. So that's one area I think we can still make a lot of headroom. The IT has been talked about, the number of applications that we have to support. If there are certain things that are legacies that we have to do now, and we're going to have to do them for the next 2 years, 3 years until we can move it over. But there are other things that we could move over faster, and that's the challenge before the IT group, and I know that they're looking at it, but to go from 600, 800 applications down to a much more reasonable, we can save a lot of money there. And so that's a challenge. Another area is the workers' comp area, which is a challenge for everybody. And again, I think the Transit Authority is doing a very good job right now of implementing what is basically claims management on the forefront, and then other things with systems to track. But it's claims management, I think, that can save it. And if that happens and they're getting it done right, that becomes the model then for the FELA program for the railroads, which is their equivalent. So I think there's just money to be saved in areas that have been, we've gotten low-hanging fruits, but there's been challenges out there that we have yet to address, and I think that's before us now.
You'll let us know when the fruit is too high to grab.
Yes.
Let me do my second comment, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair. And I want to build on your perception point, Bob. You'd have to be sort of unaware in this room for the 50-some-odd people who spoke to us before and the press over the last several weeks that the rhetoric of what's been being said about the MTA is getting to be difficult to listen to. And I think as a board member, I feel it more so maybe than others. And you mentioned, Mr. Chair, Joe Giletti, who I have been very impressed by. And the thing that Joe did that was most impressive was not alone the reality of the changes he made, which were very difficult. What he did was he actually changed over time the perception of Metro-North. I can tell you by walking the platform, and many have heard this before, that one of those who perished during Spite and Dival is a friend of mine, lived nearby in my town. His wife is still a town councilwoman. The perception of Metro-North changed. It took an incredible amount of time to get people to understand that it is a safe railroad and a good experience, to the point where now, even with the NTSB results, very quiet about what happened. People understand that he changed it. I fear that the perception of the MTA, of which Long Island Railroad, Metro North, New York City Transit, we're all one system. I fear that the perception is going to be a lot harder to change than the reality of it. Your plan yesterday that you announced and the support the governor has behind you is fantastic. I really believe in what you're saying. You will change the reality of the system long before you change the perception of it. That's going to take a long time. And the thing I ask of us, of our outside stakeholders of all kinds, and frankly of the press, is to tone down the rhetoric a bit. The rhetoric is not helpful. Mr. Saul, I apologize for calling you out, but by saying this is the worst you've seen in 20 years, the worst, that is dramatic language. I hope that Spite and Dial was worse than where we are now, in terms of those you and I represent who use Metro North. I'd like us to think about how we tone it down a bit, because it's not helpful for any of the constituencies to solve the issues that my colleague, Mr. Rexler, or Mr. Pally have raised in terms of funding sources. It just doesn't help. In fact, Mr. Rexler said something very thoughtful on Monday, which was it's about transparent communications, over-communicating. And that's what Joe did so brilliantly. So I'd like us all to keep that in mind, that we're one system, focused on trying to change the perception of what's happening, even more so than the reality. Sorry for that little soliloquy.
You call it perception, I call it the narrative, but it's exactly the same thing. When we'll start to see, changes relatively quickly at the Transit Authority, but the message that goes with it is as important as the reduction in delays and the better service and the better communication, because the level of discourse has gotten to a point where it's become much easier for people to say things, and I would like to be able to get the conversation on facts. Thank you. Yes, Carl.
Mr. Chairman, like Mr. Reckler, I am a new board member here, so I don't profess to really fully understand in depth the operating or capital budgets of the MTA or their history. I do want to commend you for the alacrity with which you come up with some very practical, immediate steps, and I do think that that's a very, very important step forward. With respect to the financing of those, I really want to support the first point that Mr. Reckler made, which is really this is the time for, I think, for the MTA and the city and the state to get on a more even and institutional funding basis, so that we're not simply doing patchwork funding, which in this case, I appreciate the costs that you put out, but at the moment we don't know what percentage or what amount of those costs are recurring, what are one-shots, what are in-kind contributions that the City of New York are expected to bear. And it just seems to me this is the moment as we implement this to work with the MTA, the city, the state, and others to put all of this on a more regularized basis.
I'm very pleased to hear those comments, and without trying to increase the rhetoric here, I would like to kind of summarize what I think you're hearing from all of us, which is that the normal way that we have funded ourselves, which has included biannual fare increases, and has also included a great deal of debt, and has been predicated on many savings, each of these things is coming to a kind of halt, and it's coming very quickly. There isn't much low-hanging fruit. We're struggling to continue to save. The fare increases already reached the breaking point west of Hudson, this past fare increase. It's soon going to come to the rest of the system. And the ability to continue to bond and the board's tolerance for it is disappearing. So we have to come up with new, innovative ways to fund this agency, because this is so important to the region, not just the city, but the whole region. And it isn't only our doing that's going to solve the problems. It's going to be a partnership. So I'm hoping that we can at least facilitate that discussion. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, as you cast about for ways to fund the system in the future and ways to fill out the holes in the financial plan, you frequently hear people mention value capture. And people have been capturing value from the railroad at least since Jesse James. And the West Side expansion, I'm just curious about the West Side expansion, which was paid for by a TIF, or I guess you refer to it as a pilot. I'm not sure if there's a distinction between the two, but the pilot funded the expansion of the West Side. Now, were the operating costs associated with that expansion and the future maintenance costs, are they captured by that pilot as well, or are they dumped on the rest of the system and paid out of the regular operating? And as we go forward with pilots and TIFs, and people want to, people will say, well, we'll fund this, what do you call it, the trolley in Brooklyn, they're going to fund with a TIF, everything's going to be a TIF. And, but have those TIFs captured operating costs associated with running a system in those locations?
Well, again, it isn't a TIF, but it was a similar structure. And the number 7 extension came from the city capturing those types of revenues and then providing the funds for the 7 extension. We were able to sell certain development rights for real estate development over our rail yard, okay? And so we've received significant funds for our capital program. But in terms of maintaining the tracks that are underneath those platforms, we're going to continue to do those as well. So in our specific value capture situation, there hasn't been a desire to look, or there hasn't been the ongoing revenue to provide for the maintenance of the rail yards underneath. But that's what we were doing anyway. We were doing that.
Brown's question then is no, right?
Yes.
Well, actually, no.
That is correct.
Really,
the funding.
I was really referring to the operating expenses,
Right.
though that's a very good point, though, that the West Side Yard, the functions in the West Side Yard, which increase the expenses.
And so for the
but
numbers,
your operating budget eats that.
Yeah, the number 7 extension, the city paid the capital for the
construction,
and we are paying the operating expenses for the number 7.
And your real estate piece, similarly, went into capital. It did not go into future operating. So the rest of the operating budget carries that way.
Yeah, because
that's all I wanted to. Yeah. Everything is a little convoluted with me, but you bring me back to the right point.
You're
always on point.
Right on point. Are there any further comments? There being none, I'll entertain an offer to conclude. Motion, seconded. All in favor? Enjoy your August.
See how I look. Put the camera up. See how you look on the camera. The camera is here. If you don't put that over there, it's not going to work.
Test, test.
Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Testing.
Good afternoon.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, Tim.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, right.
The clock was moving faster. Again, this morning, the mayor made it clear that he was not interested in a 50-50 split in funding the subway action plan. In fact, if I can quote from him, I just want the MTA to own up to their responsibilities, use the money they have. I think it's a great question as to how much money they're sitting on and not using effectively. This is direct quote. Respond to that, please.
Sure. I will continue to work with the city. I still think there's a need for partnership between the city and state to come to the aid of the riders, the people of the city of New York, the constituents that they have, and I'm optimistic that something can happen from that. Regarding the use of money, you know, the examples that the mayor keeps using are capital. You know, we're not talking about capital dollars. I cannot, nor can he, use capital money for operating purposes. And so, you know, where the mixing up of the two is very, very, it's easy to say, but we all know it's not possible to do. In the case of the city, it's a violation of statute. Here it would be a violation of generally accepted accounting principles, not to belabor it. But, you know, you just cannot use capital dollars to fund operating purposes.
Well, Chairman, why not just ask them then to fund student MetroCards? Give us more money for a specific line item thing.
Right. And one thing I will tell you, I will not negotiate in public. So whatever discussions that I have with the mayor or any representative of the mayor, I will need to do quietly and privately until we have something.
So is that something that's on the table?
I've made the point 5 years ago with the mayor at that time as well, you know, today, yes, the proper funding for the student cards, the agreement that was made, the one-third, 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 it would be nice if that was fulfilled.
Hi, Chairman. There was a lot of talk about dedicated funding sources, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on the Move New York plan or other similar dedicated taxes that might come to the MTA's way.
So, you know, I heard loud and clear the board is very interested in engaging and having a dedicated revenue stream, and I will begin that process of thinking about how to go about doing that. Historically, it's been done in the past. Normally through outside commissions, away from the MTA, away from not necessarily elected officials. I believe at the time it was the lieutenant governor who chaired a commission that ended up with the payroll mobility tax and the decision to have biennial fare and toll increases. As I said to the members today, I will give thought to that and give thought to everything that can possibly happen to find dedicated monies. It's overly complicated, as everything is in New York, but I'm prepared to start working on it.
Chairman, there was talk about toning down the rhetoric. When the mayor and the governor are verbally sparring all the time, what is the impact? What does that do to perception? And does it matter, or is it just noise?
So, I'm in no place to give recommendations to either the mayor or governor how they should perform their duties. It's not my place to do that. Next question.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So a lot of folks were asking me about the phase 2 of the subways plan that you talked about yesterday and the $8 billion. Can you give a sense, a more specific sense about how you came up with that number and what exactly you think, obviously we have the Genius Challenge, but what exactly you think that would pay for?
As you know, I gave, I don't know, was it an hour presentation yesterday, and I gave 2 minutes to a long-term plan later. And so if I, you know, so I think that's also representative of, you know, the amount of time and effort that we took about what we need to do to get the system back on track, as I kept saying it over and over yesterday. So that we need to stabilize the system, we need to improve the system, and then we need to modernize the system. The discussion, substantial amount of the discussion yesterday was how to stabilize the system and how to improve it. The modernization, which I gave I don't mean to be flippant when I say this, a back-of-the-envelope calculation of what I think it would take to begin the process of having new signals and new cars available throughout just the subway system. I wasn't at all talking about any of the railroads at that time. Now, that being said, we are, at the same time, I said, we're waiting for the results of the competition that happened a month ago, where we asked people to find out what are the new technologies. For example, we all talk about communication-based train control as a new technology. It may be new here, but if I'm not mistaken, it's probably 25 or 30 years old. We're now in a new digital age. What is new out there from a communications-based system, whether it's using Wi-Fi or wireless or whatever the new digital technologies are, what's out there? Can they be used in the subway system? Are they safe to be used? We have to go through all of that. But, because we don't know what the results are going to be from the Genius Plan, any dollar amount that was placed and talked about for just a wrap-up section of the presentation, I think I've now answered your question longer than I talked about it during the presentation. So giving emphasis to it like that, it's just not valuable, because once we know what the results are coming in from what's available and what people think can be done to make the system better, we'll look at those proposals and then price it out. That would be a more accurate number.
Hi there.
Hi.
I don't know if you had a chance or probably haven't had the chance to see what the mayor said this morning while we were in this meeting, but he said that the MTA has the money and that it hasn't made the best choices in spending its money. What is your response to that? He's also asking for the MTA to put forward what it has spent the $2.5 billion on.
So let's address the $2.5 billion. That's capital, that's not operating. Yesterday I was talking about operating. You can't mix operating dollars and capital dollars. The City of New York has committed, the city hasn't given us $2.5 billion in cash, and we're sitting on the cash as if we were investing it. They give us a commitment to $2.5 billion over the 5-year capital plan. And as part of that, there has been an agreement, goes back to the days when I was the city budget director, that the last dollars used in the capital program at the MTA are the city dollars. So it's at the tail end. That commitment still exists to this day, that the last dollars used in the capital plan are the city dollars. Again, we don't have that money yet. It's a commitment to spend that money. A significant portion of that money is on rail stock, new rail cars, the greatest portion of which we don't pay for today, we pay for later, closer to delivery and delivery. That being said, there are some interim payments, but the bulk of it is on the back end. The idea that the money needed to do the maintenance of the subway system, again, that we can use capital dollars for that, it violates way too many rules and regulations to do. And so it's a mixing of apples and oranges to make that comparison. I've heard him say, I've heard the mayor say, I've heard the first deputy mayor say that we're not spending our money appropriately. I've yet to hear of a specific example of that. Yes, Alfonso. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Jose Martinez from
Jose, how are you?
New York One. Given everything that the writing public has experienced over the last month, as well as yourself, and everything that you heard here today, any second thoughts yet about taking the job?
Look, I volunteered for this, and I did because I love the system. And the fact that the system's in the state that it's in only gives me more motivation to make it better. And so, no, I don't have any second thoughts. Thank you.
Hi, Chairman.
Hello, Alfonso.
It was the first we saw an estimate today for the cost of the contingency plan for the railroad disruptions this summer, $58 million. Can you talk a bit about that figure? $18 million for buses that you've acknowledged not a whole lot of people are using. Is that money well spent? And can you give us an update on the MTA's efforts to recover that money from Amtrak?
Sure. Underneath your question, I think, is, and you have to think about it this way, if we did nothing, if we just accepted the fact that we had to reduce about 20% of the ridership coming into Penn Station because of the work that Amtrak is doing. Think of the catastrophe that would be to the economy of the entire New York area, Long Island in particular, New York City. And so, you know, the idea that we wanted to provide, you know, we went from what was an abundance of caution to an abundance of choice. We wanted to have the choice because we needed the folks who commute to have options. And some of the options were, you know, going earlier in the day or going later in the day. One of the options was taking buses. Another option was, you know, getting off in different stops, whether in downtown Brooklyn before they come into the central business districts in Manhattan, or coming over to Hunter's Point and then taking the ferries over, the new ferry that's coming in from Glen Clove. There's a whole bunch of approaches. So part of this was also dealing with, you know, having the changing of habits and to find ways in which, you know, folks can come in. So, yeah, we provided lots of choice. That was our goal. And we're rolling back some of them. You know, we adjusted the bus schedule a little bit. We'll continue to evaluate what's the right thing to do. We're looking at some of the other alternatives we brought in because we're now in week 3. And so people are getting into a rhythm of things. Knock on wood, the system that we've put in place has worked well, very well actually. And we're on top of it as much as we possibly can be to prevent any types of delays for the folks on Long Island, including the fact that many times we've expanded the number of cars that are on every train set so that we can actually get more people in. So in answer to your question, was it a lot of money? Yes. Is it well worth it? Yes, because not doing it, the catastrophe that it would have caused would have been unbearable for the entire region overall. I'll report back some other time where we stand on trying to recover the money. I have spent a significant portion of my time in the last three and a half weeks on the report that you saw yesterday. The Lord only gave so many hours in a day, and I've been using them on that report, so that's the best I can do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a lot of the discussion has been about immediate troubleshooting in the subways. But looking down the road a little bit, how equipped is the MTA to deal with things like rising costs of debt service, rising pensions, health care, OPEB, and so forth?
Right. I think, you know, Bob Ferran, the CFO, put forward projections. When I was a city budget director, I was as equally as conservative, if you will, in my assumptions, and Bob is following through on that great tradition. You know, one of the things that I did, I don't have the exact numbers with me, but 5 years ago, when I was last here in July of that 2012, I put forward participated with Bob Ferran, what the plan looked like then out in the out years. And actually, the last year was, in fact, the current year that we're in, 2017. And I believe it was projecting a deficit of about $456 million. We are ending this year with a surplus. So you know, I think it's indicative of what happens. And I think it's great budgeting. You know, we don't budget on a one-year basis. We're required by law to actually budget for 4 years and project what we think could possibly happen in 4 years. And that provides the discipline that we need to make sure that the system stays efficient from a fiscal point of view, because we're looking far. We're not just looking out what are we going to do next month or next year, but what are we going to do 4.5, and in this case 4.5 years from now. And so yes, we're well aware of the fiscal situation and the job here, and Bob does it extremely well and his entire staff on how to manage that process. Thank you.
Hello.
Ann? Oh no, Emma.
Hi. So regarding the mayor, last night you said 1/2 of a repair plan won't make the trains run on time. It sounds like you want to move quickly here. When do you need the money in hand, or can you start progressing on some of this now?
We have already started to progress on it, and on a lot of different fronts moving forward. And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think anything that I do vis-a-vis negotiating with the city, I'd rather do it directly with the city before doing it with you, before I have the conversation. So I respect your question. I fully understand the question, But anything I tell you now would be speculative, and I'd rather not do that. I'd rather talk about facts. I've been here all morning. I've not had a chance to engage with them on that.
In explaining your plan yesterday, you mentioned one of the pilots of removing seats, and you cited Boston. I wanted to read you a quote. I spoke to a transit advocate in Boston, a fellow named Andy Monet from Transit Matters, and he said, quote, "Removing seats just doesn't buy you that much more capacity. What matters a lot more is speed and reliability of the train." If you want to respond to that, please do, but I wanted to use that and ask, you mentioned, removing seats. There were the step-aside boxes. You talked about campaigns to get people to stop holding the door. What should riders make of this, what they sometimes seen as this blame riders mentality, and how do you rank those initiatives in terms of your goal of getting the subway back?
First, let me be clear and upfront. There is absolutely no blame the rider mentality on my part, either in my presentation yesterday or in my standing here in front of you today. This is an issue. The advocate in Boston, I don't disagree. We need to get the system to run faster. We need to get the system, deal with the capacity problems. But at the same point, is the removal of seats the panacea that's going to cure everything? Absolutely not. There were 30 different initiatives 30 different tactics put forward yesterday. They all need to be implemented to start making the change. To focus just on one and thinking that that's going to make a huge difference. It's not. It's going to make some difference. But you got to look at it. You have to look at everything that was put forward yesterday in toto, altogether. We looked at what happened up in the T in Boston and in the Jubilee line in London, where they've done the same thing. In London, they removed the seats, but they put leaning cushions against the sides. All those options we need to consider, because I would like to, in that particular case, talking about trying to get more people on the trains, look at it the other way. I want to get more people off the platform. And that's the most important part. I don't want them to wait for the next train to come. If we have an opportunity to get any number of people not waiting for the next train, that's a good thing. What I really need to do is to, as I mentioned in many of the different parts, need to get the system clean, need to start maintaining the signals, need to get the headways more frequently, allowing more trains to go down. That, I think, is part of what the advocate in Boston was talking about, is getting better speed. That's exactly right. That's at the core of this. Our customers, they want to get to a situation where they can get from point A to point B in the fastest way possible. It's my job to do everything I can to make sure they get that. Your word, sexier, but yeah, okay.
Might be the first time that someone says sexier after.
No. Let me. No. That's okay.
The water initiative was a thing.
So in answer to your question, I'm no longer surprised about what gets certain journalists excited at all. It doesn't surprise me, because it's all about being able to, for you guys to inform the readers or your viewers or whatever the case may be. I mean, the perfect example in this, I think, is the food concept. I was asked whether or not I would eliminate food in the subway system. I never said I would, though many newspapers said I did, never said it. What I said was we have to have a debate about it. And we do. We do need to have a debate about it. I mentioned, we're going to, the board needs to talk here and discuss that type of policy. That's a lot different than, the tactics needed to get the trains to run better. I mean, this has an impact on a lot of people, as the newspapers have all pretty much written about. That there are some people who want it, some people who don't want it. That's why we need to have this discussion. What's the right thing? I encourage you to see what happened. The 2 days after the question was asked, and I said we are thinking about it, the British tabloids took off on TfL, because there's a movement afoot now in the UK, specifically in London, to deal with their food problem. It's an issue on the subways. The question really is, let's see what's the right thing to do. I am agnostic when it comes to being for or against it. I just want to do whatever I need to do to get the system to run better. That's my number one goal for the customer, getting the system to run better. All right, thanks very much, everybody.